good evening, everyone. Welcome back to our fourth day and will be the last day of the international speech competition of Agora International. Okay, we just show the one of the traditional dance of Indonesia, and we are lucky tonight to have one of the dancer herself, Monica Astari. Hi, Monica. Hi.
Hi, everyone.
Okay. So, ladies and gents, Indonesia is a very rich country with more than 30,000 islands, and each of them have the unique culture, unique dances, unique food, unique traditional clothing, and all of them is so wonderful. So tonight we have Monica as one of the dancers. And Monica, you might want to tell us about a little bit about the dances that we just show. What was the dance and what is it all about? And yeah, how you become a dancer in the first place. Come on, let's just
Okay.
hear your story.
So the first dance was, we call it Bedaya or Bedoyo dance. It's from Yogyakarta, and it's about associated with the Royal Palace of Yogyakarta and Surakarta. I dance it with my dance group. It's called Kamarati group, and it was me and my friends. And the second dance is Dayak dance. It's from Kalimantan Islands. We perform it at a dynamic dancing festival at Wonju, Korea. It was 2018, so it's 5 years ago, and we won the best costume at that time. So yay for us. So the third dance, we call it Yudapati dance. It's called Bali. It is from Bali Islands. Yuda means warrior or hero. Pati means to protect. So actually, it is a warrior dance performed by a female dancer and accompanied by a traditional Indonesian instrument called Balinese gamelan. That's it. Okay. That's it, Effie. I hope
Wow.
I
Thank
explained a little bit
you.
about the
Thank
dances.
you. So with all those diversity, we are Indonesian are proud to be united as one. And we just celebrate our Independence Day. So it's a very blessing day to be in our 76 years of Independence Day. So yeah, this is our opening. I hope you are all entertained. And I again like to say hi to everyone, ladies and gents, my fellow Agorians, and I wish to extend my warm welcoming to the all Agorian ambassador from all of the world, different parts of the world, and also all the contestants that will be contesting tonight. Hi! It's so exciting to see you guys. I hope you are ready to deliver your best speech for tonight. And also all my fellow Agorians that are here to attend this lovely evening. And for the first agenda, I wish to invite one of the Agorians Agora ambassador from Romania, Mrs. Gabriela. Mrs. Gabriela, are you here?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, afternoon, good evening, as you and we, all of us, like to say in Agora. We don't know what time zone it is in each part of the world, so we'll assume that all the three types of greetings are all right. I would like to let you know from the very beginning that I'm replacing Mike today. Mike was supposed to speak today, who was replacing the sailing lady yesterday. So this is not a prepared speech. You will have to like it, because if you don't like it, I would be very sad. That's all I could come up with in 20 hours. I found a hard drive and took some of the pictures I had there and put them together to show you my colorful journey through my professional life, an idea that a friend of mine from the audience, I hope, gave me yesterday, and I said, why not? If Mike told you about his beautiful suitcase-packed life yesterday, why wouldn't I do somewhat similar today? So Please bear with me for the next minutes. I don't know how long it will be. I haven't counted the time. I would like to share the screen now, if that is possible.
Yes, it's possible. I think you can share. Already gives the permission.
Yeah, okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, so clear. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, thank you. So, as my friend suggested, my journey is something I've been along for some time. And part of my journey, what was essential, I think, was not the journey itself, but the people I met along the way and the connections I established. And that's what we do here in Agora as well. We meet people, we become friends, we learn from each other. Because to me, that is the meaning of life. So my journey starts in Romania. For some people living in other parts of the world, Romania is on the map of Europe, right here. It is surrounded by the Republic of Moldova, which used to be part of Greater Romania 60 years ago, 70 years ago. When I was a child, all this grayish, light brown color around Romania, all these countries used to be part of the of the communist bloc. They were all communist sister countries. We couldn't travel outside this bloc, and we were happy with what we had. We could at least I could travel to Bulgaria, Hungary, etc. But that was all we could do, because otherwise that would be high treason and extreme consequences would have followed. Now, I entitled the seven shades, the seven slides that are following, my 7 shades of gray. And that's the first one, because that's what it was. That was our everyday reality. This was the public system of transport. People would just jump the line to get on the buses, get off them. It was very dangerous, really, really dangerous to travel by train, bus, or whatever. And that's because people were busy doing something else, like celebrate the extraordinary achievements of the Ceausescu regime. This is Mr. Nicolae Ceausescu. I don't know, you may know him from history, and that's his illustrious wife. They were a very powerful couple at that time. And that's what we basically did. We sang and danced for them as many times as we could. But the sad reality was gray indeed. People were waiting in queues every day to buy their basic food, like meat, bread, milk. I remember that at one time I was almost killed by the people waiting to buy the same things as I did. I was a young child at the time, and my parents forbade me to wait in line. If you can imagine, in order to buy milk, you had to wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning. So at one time we decided we didn't need milk anymore. So I didn't drink milk for I think 3 or 4 years. There was no way you could find milk in Romania, although the country was full of everything we needed, but that's another story. So that used to be what a parade looked like. People gathering, being forced to come out in the street and march for Mr. Comrade Nicolae Ceausescu to show him and his illustrious wife how much we love them. And that's the last public meeting in December 1989, when something, what we call the revolution, happened. People went out and started shouting, and this is when everything happened. He was forced to run away. He was captured and executed several days later. on Christmas Day, 1989. And this is when our new history began, a new decade, a new period in the history of Romania started. Yeah, that's me. I will give you 3 seconds to spot me. I don't think you can. So I'm one of those people holding things for Comrade Nicolae Ceausescu. That was his birthday. We did that all the time. We were extremely frightened we might make a mistake, slip, drop his picture there. Despite everything, I was a happy child. Gray as it may seem, my colorful childhood was there, only you can't see it now because all we had was black and white pictures. So that's all I can show you. That's one of the things memory does to us. We keep saying to ourselves, you know, it was black and white, it was gray, 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 until we start believing it. And it's not true. I was really a happy child. I was loved by my parents and grandparents, and I couldn't choose history or geography. I was born where I was born, and we can't change that. Well, this is not a slide. That is not part of my presentation, but I liked it because the motto is attitude is the mind's paintbrush. It can color any situation. And after a second thought, I said, why not? I will use that because this is how we can color our journey when it seems black and white and gray, you know. But I want to show you some pictures of colorful Romania because it's indeed a splendid country. So full of lush vegetation and natural landscapes that are superb. And that's my favorite spot in Romania, the Danube Delta. It's a World Heritage place. It is protected by international laws. There are hundreds of rare species of birds and fish here. You should visit it one day. It's really great. And this is the Carpathians. It's one of the most interesting roads in Europe, I think. Jeremy Clarkson mentioned it in his show Top Gear. I don't know if you've watched the show Top Gear. It used to be one of my favorites, exactly because of this of his mentioning the Transfăgărășan, which means road through the mountains, through the Făgăraș Mountains. These are some of my favorite cities. I mentioned Bucharest because it's the capital city. Bucharest is an architectural mix of everything, contemporary, traditional Romanian architecture, neoclassical style, new everything. But it's nice and pleasant in some areas of it. But my absolute favorites are Sibiu and Sighișoara, also UNESCO heritage protected by international, especially if I'm the 12th century, home to the German and Hungarian groups, nationalities in Romanian, in the western part of Romania. And something that you may not know is that Romania has quite an impressive surface of virgin forests, also protected, and King Charles, the former Prince Charles, who bought property here in Romania, is one of the advocates of preserving these virgin forests of Europe, quite rare. And this is his property, the little house you can see there. It is open to guests, so if you want, you can book a room there, not very expensive, I hear. And I needed a connection to the next step of my journey, which is my trip. It was actually a Comenius, a European grant to Oxford in 2005. And to be honest, that's the only picture I could find from my stay there. You have 3 seconds to guess which of those nice ladies in the boat is me. You won't be able to, so I will tell you it's the one with the oar. Yeah, I was paddling strongly to get us out of trouble. And that's my next visit and grant. I'm speaking about my professional journey now. I'm an English teacher. I forgot to mention that. And this profession and my love for teaching, I think, took me here and there. And that's the most, I would say, well, representative thing of my career. My CUC grant in the United States in 2008, I was the only Romanian teacher who took this grant. I don't know for what merits. It was 7-week study session dedicated to the culture and history of the United States. It was a very interesting program because the lectures we had in the classroom were backed by visits to those historical places that are mentioned, so we could see history alive. And this is the famous Plymouth Rock, where the Mayflower 1, the ship, the Pilgrim fathers went on to cross the Atlantic Ocean and reach the New World. This is where the ship landed. It reached that particular rock, that's what they say, and it has become an icon for the American history, just like the replica of the Mayflower, which is on the right, and I was the desperate lady there. The word Plymouth is spelled correctly. It's the American spelling to make the difference from the original Plymouth city in the United Kingdom now. And that's me. Don't say anything. That was the Plymouth village, another replica of the former colony built by the first colonists on the eastern coast of America, the Plymouth village. That's a real cannon, and the one on the right is a real Amerindian teepee. I enjoyed being next to both of them. Again, I don't know why I was wearing this horrible jacket all the time around my waist. Fortunately, I lost it at a certain moment throughout my journey, and I'm happy. It appears in all my pictures. That's what it happens. The headquarters of our stay was in Amherst, Massachusetts, and that's the hometown of Emily Dickinson, an American poet I particularly admire, and I read poetry in her garden next to the flowers she loved so much. As I said, we traveled around the country. We visited places not many Americans can visit in one lifetime, and I was really happy to be able to see Boston, New York City, Washington DC, Salt Lake City, the Yellowstone, the National Park, and many other cities along the way. This is on the left is the Great Mormon. It's not a church temple with a special ceremony. It was Sunday, I think. Splendid choir, and that's me and one of my Polish connections. She died, unfortunately, several years ago. That's part of the Mormon, I don't know how to call it. There's a whole area with monuments belonging to a famous sculptor, Gilgal, a Mormon himself, and there are sculptures and things related to their religion. I don't know how to explain this. All I know is that the Mormons reinterpret the Bible and recreate some of the biblical stories in their own way, and that's I will stop here. I won't get into this. On the right side, you have the temple itself in a better view of that, if you can have. And Yellowstone National Park, splendid place, preserved by federal laws. On the right side, you can see bison crossing the street, the road. You could, I could take a picture of these incidents. You can see everybody's doing that. Quite a nice sight. My favorite place of all is this Cheyenne Reservation in Montana. Well, actually, we visited the only college where young people could study in Cheyenne, this Amerindian language, the best preserved so far as I know. That was in 2008. I don't know anything about what happened to the reservation or to the people there. This is he taught I think he was the professor of the language itself and also a shaman of the tribe and an excellent speaker. And I enjoyed his lectures to a great extent. His name is Linwood Tolbull, and I kept a conversation with him until 2015 when I think he, well, I don't know, something happened. He stopped writing. He went back to his meadows and hills, and that was all. And in our honor, we were 29 teachers from 27 countries all over the world. The Cheyenne Indians organized a ceremony. Well, the Cheyenne people spread throughout the country. The old people still spoke the language, but the young ones don't anymore, which is what happens to languages and cultures. And that was my last milestone that I had to touch, visit to the Department of State of the United States of America, where I received my certificate. If you remember, my presentation is entitled My Journey, and what is important is the people and the connections you establish with them. And this lady on the left is my French connection. It has nothing to do with the brand, the French connection. Her name is Clarisse. She's a French teacher. And together with Clarisse, we decided to build a bridge between France and Romania. It was called the BBBB project because Bacău, my city, and Bordeaux both begin with B. So 40 Romanian and French students decided, and their families, of course, decided to host each other, visit each other's countries. It was a splendid experience, especially because not only we traveled around France and Romania, but we, the students especially, attended classes and did homework together with their counterpart and stayed with the families, and that's something nothing can replace. Staying with the family, eating their food, sleeping in another child of your age's bedroom, and so on. And that was something unforgettable. This short experience turned into a European project this time, an Erasmus Plus project called The Windowed. There is a story behind the window and the acronym, but I'm not going to tell you now. It was a project in which 4 countries entered: France, Romania, UK, and Latvia. It started in 2018. We managed to go through the UK, Latvia, and Romania stages, but we didn't reach France because COVID happened and everything stopped. So we visited only the school in Cheltenham in the United Kingdom and the one in Latvia, Riga. It was all very enjoyable, especially because it was with European money, so we didn't have to pay anything. And now I have reached that point where I have to confess I'm replacing this sailing lady who's now in Greece. She has no internet. She's one of my very good friends. Her name is Miss Diana Popa. Some of you know her. So this is where she is right now. She's not doing bad, but we're doing much better, right? Another experience that Diana, made possible is another Erasmus Plus project called Real IT. It was dedicated to IT students in our schools. And this time we're in Portugal. You can see masks. That was in 2019, very difficult to travel. Students worked with IT specialists in Braga, I think that was the name of the city next to Barcelos. The famous Portuguese rooster has its home in Barcelos, if you know anything about Portuguese history, and this is us. And the second project initiated by Diana, the sailing lady, is this summer in Cyprus. We went with a group of, how many were they? 20 people from, 3 different schools in Romania, and it was splendid. What better thing can you do in life than talk to people, to young people, be around them, teach them things, learn from them, and travel together. And that's the final thing on my list. This time it's a personal one. It's such a coincidence that the dances we could watch together were from Bali, Indonesia. This is where my son went last month, and he fell in love with Bali and the country, and he promised he would take me there and even maybe leave me there when I retire. So I find it splendid. It's a great country with beautiful sights. And I must confess now at the end of my presentation that the reason why I'm doing this is because I would like to encourage you to connect with other people, to find maybe clubs for children, for young people, create such clubs, create connections between the clubs, and why not visit each other? Why not? Everything is possible as long as you put color throughout your journey, and you like doing that. Thank you very much. That's all. I don't know how long it was, but Mike, I'm sure, will tell me all about it.
Wow, thank you so much, Gabriela. Such a lovely journey you have with your life. I mean, like, I remember when I was in an elementary school and reading my history lesson about Ceausescu and how the revolution, take him to the end, and it was a very goosebumping story. But however, in any situation, we can always find a silver lining, and I believe that in a hardship grow strong characteristics, perseverance, and so much blessing throughout the journey. So, and fellow Toastmaster, I guess we can also learn how being able to connect is what becoming most important in everyone's life. So that's what Agora are here for, to teach you how to connect. And for that, you need to be an effective communicator. So don't forget to stay active in your Agora clubs so that we can have the most remarkable journey like Gabriela. So thank you so much, Gabriela, for sharing. All right, now, thank you so much. All right, now let's go on to our next agenda, which is we're going to also connect with our lovely friend Julie. Julie is the ambassador for USA, and she's a comedian. Julie Bone, and he would like to entertain us with a lovely, funny story, which will be played by Tisha. All right, let's enjoy the Julie speech. Please help me welcome Julie.
Do you like superhero movies? Do you think you have a superpower? I don't know a DC superhero from a Marvel superhero. But I do know that we all have our own unlikely superpowers. I'm not talking about the power of teleportation or invisibility or sonic scream, because ultimately a superpower can be seen as any exceptional ability or quality that sets us apart from the norm. And I don't know about you, but I have a lot of qualities that set me apart from everyone else. My husband does as well. First of all, I'll talk about my husband's superpowers. He is a super movie quoter. He has this uncanny ability to remember quotes from movies from as far back as his childhood, and he brings them up all the time, to the point that when we're having everyday conversations, I can never tell if he is displaying original thoughts or if he's just regurgitating things that he's heard from movies. Another quality my husband has is that he's got a super memory, but only when it comes to golf. He can't tell you the name of a person he met 2 minutes ago, but he can definitely remember every single golf shot he's taken from the time he started playing golf at 8 years old. He can walk into a room mid-thought and say, "Remember when I was telling you that story about the time I was 17 years old and I pulled out my 6-iron to take a shot on the 17th hole to go over the water?" And like any good wife, I will nod my head like I know exactly what he's talking about, when in reality, I have no idea. And my eyes are rolling into the back of my head. That's pretty much what it's like. Lastly, one of his superpowers is that he's a super happy morning person. I don't know if you've ever lived with a person like this. It is not fun, because I'm just the opposite. I want to take my time getting up in the morning. I don't want to have to be around anyone. I just want to ease into the day. But being with my husband is like living with a puppy. He gets up just ready to go, super excited to embrace the day, and that's not me. Some days he will just lay there in bed next to me and try and stare me awake to get me up and want me to get up and do something. It's super annoying. Maybe if I had that superpower, I'd see it differently, but I don't. So I don't want any part of it. But I can't throw him under the bus without talking about my superpowers. And I have a lot of them, so buckle up. First of all, I'm super flexible. I'm not talking about the bendy type where I can touch my toes, because I can't. I'm talking about the kind where I can go with the flow. For instance, I can come home and see a sink full of dirty dishes and think, guess what? We're ordering dinner out and eating on paper plates for the next week or so. Or if I see a couch full of clean or dirty clothes, I think those aren't getting folded or put in the wash. I'm just going to order from Amazon or Target and get new clothes to wear for the next week or two. I'm also a super TV watcher. It's maybe one of my favorite things to do. So much so that my friend just introduced me to a song called TV. And one of the lines is, "TV is my best friend. It's been with me my whole life." And that is how I feel. Some people have bumper stickers on their cars bragging about running a marathon, and those stickers say 26.2 miles. My bumper sticker on my car says 12 to 14 because that's how many hours a day of TV I strive to watch. I recently joined a pen pal application where I send letters electronically to pen pals around the world. And in my bio, I wrote about how much TV I like to watch. And I said one of my greatest fears was losing the remote control. And people started reaching out to me to be my pen pal. And in their letters, they would tell me what TV shows they thought I should watch, to the point where I've gotten so many TV show recommendations that I will never be able to get through them in my lifetime. I'm also a super book reader wannabe. I say wannabe because I grew up as a child loving reading books. I would love to go to the library and get stacks and stacks of books, bring them home every week, read them, and then go back and exchange them. As an adult, I would love to still be a book reader. In fact, I proudly proclaim I am a book reader. But guess what? I'm not. I'm pretty sure my brain has turned to mush from all the TV I watch. But when I meet people, I always ask them about the books that they're reading, and then I ask for a book recommendation, knowing full well I have no intentions of ever reading that book. I'm also a super article saver. I will find articles online and think, that sounds like a great article that I need to read. But I convince myself that I don't have the 5 to 7 minutes it takes to actually read through that article right now, when in fact I do, if I just gave up a little bit of television time. So instead, I save that article to an app on my phone called Pocket and think, oh, I'll read it later. A friend recently asked me what is one of the most interesting articles I have saved to read for later. And so I opened that app to see. I have over 300 articles saved for later. So I couldn't even tell you what the most interesting article is at this point. Another superpower is I am a super alarm setter. I don't want to miss anything in life, so I set alarms for everything. And I'm not talking about getting up in the morning like we all do, but I set alarms for when I need to order groceries from the store, when I need to give my dogs their medication, or when I need to order gifts for people. I also set alarms so much that I've been doing it in my sleep, and I don't remember setting these alarms. I had an alarm go off the other day that said, write book. I've never in my mind thought I needed to write a book, so I don't know when I set that alarm. Obviously, my subconscious thinks I need to write a book, though, so maybe I should get to it. Another superpower I have is that I'm a super sleep talker. I do a lot of talking in my sleep. I've been a sleep talker my whole life. I remember one time my aunt was staying with us, and she asked my mom if I spoke Chinese. And my mom said, no. Why do you say that? And my aunt said that she walked by my bedroom in the middle of the night, and I sat straight up on my bed, and I started speaking Chinese. Who knows? Maybe I'm smarter in my sleep than I am in my waking life. I'm also a super sleep walker. I think I probably log more walking miles in my sleep than I do in my daily life, because I've always been a sleepwalker too, since I was a little child. My mom would find me wandering the house late at night, rearranging things. One time my mom even found me wandering outside at 2 a.m. crying. She said, what's going on? And I said, I've been knocking on the neighbor's door trying to get them to play, but they won't come outside. And my mom had to gingerly explain to me that it's 2 a.m. and nobody wants to come outside and play at 2 in the morning because they're all sleeping. I'm a super crier. I don't know if anyone else cries like I do. 90% of the time, I'm on the verge of tears. I cry at just about anything. I cry anytime I see a story about a military person coming home, being greeted by their dogs or their kids. That always brings me to tears. I cry when I see a story about a teenager getting their first car, that always makes me cry. Maybe because my parents didn't give me my own car. And anytime I see a story about someone graduating from high school at a very elderly age, that just brings a tear to my heart. I'm a super conversation getter into her. I don't know about you, but I have an act for people wanting to start a conversation with me. I don't know what it is about this face, but I just look like the type of person that people want to walk up to and strike up a conversation, and I love it. If my husband and I get separated somewhere, when he comes up to me, he will find me engaged in a conversation and wonder how we got to that point. But here's the thing, I usually don't have a problem with it. Of course, it's always hard to end that conversation and walk away and get on to the rest of my life. I'm also that person that when I'm at a store, I will 100% of the time choose a cashier instead of self-checkout because I do want to get in a conversation. And I will be that person holding up the line in the checkout lane because the cashier and I have decided that we need to have a conversation. But on the bright side, I'm usually inviting him to an Agora meeting, so I feel like I'm doing some good. I'm also super distracted. I get distracted very easily. I don't know about you. I do have adult ADHD, but like a lot of people, I go on Facebook and then I wonder what I went on there for in the first place. Or I walk into a room and I can't remember what I went in there to look for. But here's where it got really bad recently. I was going to a friend's cabin, and so I had to make a recipe. And I found a recipe online that I was excited to make, but I read through the comments to make sure that there was nothing weird about it. And in the comments, somebody had written, I bring this recipe to the Association of Cloud Appreciation Society every week, and people love it. And then somebody else said, I go to the Association of Cloud Appreciation Society every week, and I love this recipe. And then somebody else said, I don't know about the Association of Cloud Society Appreciation, but I need to find out more, and I want to know about this recipe. So before you know it, my brain is Googling whether or not the Association of Cloud Society Appreciation is a real thing. Guess what? It is. I read through their website and their manifesto, and I am now a proud member of the Cloud Appreciation Society. So next time you look up at the clouds or get distracted, just remember this person is a member of that association. I'm also a super road trip partner. I love going on road trips. I feel like I am the best road trip partner ever because I will plan the best snacks. I will bring bags and bags of snacks because I love to be well fed on a road trip. But also, as soon as we get on that road trip, I will fall asleep and let you have the radio all to yourself. To prove it, the last road trips we've taken, my husband has done me a favor and taken pictures of me falling asleep like this, snoring my brains out, just so he can show everyone on Facebook how great of a road trip partner I am. Lastly, I am a super disorganizer. I don't know what it is, but if I find something in the house and use it, I have an act for never putting it back where I got it. I don't know if I think that the new place that I put it is smarter than where I found it, or if I just like to create a scavenger hunt for myself. But I never ever put it back where it belongs or where I got it from. So as you can see, any bad habit can easily be framed to look like a superpower. It's just a matter of how uniquely yours you want to make them. So next time you feel bad about your habits, just remember, they're really just superpowers in disguise.
Wow, thank you, Julie. You know what I love about Julie's speech is I can always feel amazed by the coolness and seriousness of her face while telling such a hilarious story. While I myself, as a listener, I just cannot help myself to keep on smiling and giggling hearing it all the time. So, it was a very nice and entertaining speech. Thank you, Julie. And let us now move on to our next agenda. I will call on my colleague MC, which is Shaba. Shaba, are you ready? And we are going to enjoy our next agenda, which is a speech from our honorable keynote speaker, Indran Sinejar, about artificial intelligence. Wow, this is what is now becoming a very hot topic because we are all humans are so afraid that all the machine will just take up all the rest of the world for themselves. So let's us hear. And before that, I will call Shaba. Shaba, can you please come on stage and introduce our keynote speakers for all? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kaisi. Hello, good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Shafa. I will be the moderator for the hour. And please join me in welcoming Indran Indrasekar, a distinguished author, speaker, and AI marketing expert hailing from Singapore with 20 years of experience in sales, marketing, and technology. Indran possesses a unique knack for forging profound connections with audiences, particularly when it comes to intricate realms of technology and AI. Indran started his AI journey in 2016 as CMO of a Houston-based AI solution provider, and he is a Google Generative AI Fundamental Certified Instructor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to have it with us today, Indran Indrasekar, who will illuminate us on how artificial intelligence is changing the world. Please welcome.
Thank you, Shaba. I really appreciate that introduction. And before I sort of jump into my slides, I just want to say what a warm, wonderful feeling, the whole group here. I love to read the comments in the chat and how encouraging everyone is. It's my first time, by the way, with Agora, and I'm really, really impressed. Anyway, before I jump in, quick thanks to Mr. Gia for introducing me to Agora, and Mike for so graciously allowing me to speak today. So without further ado, let me share my slides. By the way, if you have any comments or whatever, I do see some messages in the chat once from time, but if you have something, just raise your hands or whatever, and I'm happy to answer your questions. Yeah. So right, let's jump right in. So a little bit about me. As Shaba said, I am a growth marketer. This is some of the platforms I've been featured on, some of my clients, some of my testimonials, but really this is not about me, right? We are here for artificial intelligence and what its future is. Okay, now let me ask you a question. If you gave a choice between a banana, a bunch of bananas and 10 million US dollars to a monkey, right? What would you think the monkey would choose? You can put it in the chat if you want. I am looking at the chats. So without, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, your Casey says bananas, Erica says bananas, and you're absolutely correct. Doreen says bananas. Everyone pretty much says bananas, right? Okay, but that really is not the best question to ask. The better question to ask is, why didn't the monkey choose the 10 million US dollars? Okay, and this question was asked by Jack Ma of Alibaba, and he proceeded to answer it. And he basically said that monkeys don't know that money can buy a lot of bananas, right? So in many ways, if you look at us, sometimes we are like monkeys because the answer could be right in front of us, but we do not know, right? Great comment, Casey. Okay, so why is this important today, right? we've just come out of the great lockdown, okay? We've come out of the great lockdown, it was painful and whatever, and we're heading right into another great thing, and it's called the Great Reset. Okay, so what is this Great Reset, and how is AI playing into it? That's really important, right? And the key here is that it's a new game with new rules, which require new thinking. Okay, so imagine now you've been contentedly playing golf, taking your time to swing your swing, right? And getting the right shot, rolling green hills and stuff like that. All of a sudden, you're thrown into an ice hockey game and you're required to adapt on a bunch of skis, okay? So, skate, sorry. So you are, it's really, really difficult, okay? But this Great Reset is actually going to require those who are going to be successful to play by a new set of rules, okay? And we're going to get into that shortly. But if you look at Wayne Gretzky, he talks about the key to being successful is not following the trend, but to be ahead of the trend, right? So in many ways, today, we're going to talk about where this puck is going to be, right? Not where it is right now. Okay, so one symptom of this Great Reset, you probably heard of it. OpenAI launched ChatGPT last year, at the end of last year, right? So unless you've been living in a cave for the last 6 months, this has been all over the news, right? ChatGPT, blah, 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 ChatGPT, this and that. Okay, so ChatGPT is rightfully exploded on the scene. Okay, it basically what took Netflix 18 years to do, it did it in just 2 months, which is to get a 100 million users, right? Beating even TikTok and YouTube and Instagram, right? So that is something really, really strange. But what's even more interesting, right, is that they did zero marketing, or almost zero marketing. As you can see here, people are typing chat.openai.com and they're getting 1 billion monthly visits. So it's not some grand marketing scheme or some kind of wonderful campaign that's making, something is happening here, like something big is happening, right? So what is it? We're going to get to the bottom of it. So now, ChatGPT is called a LLM, or a large language model. And it's just one of over 100 of these models, right? If you look at this chart here, you will see that this is the cumulative investment in AI. And check out 2023, that is just until March, right? Up to March, it's already at that level. So it's not even the full year of 2023 yet. And no slowing down, as they say, right? So $10 billion investment with Microsoft into OpenAI. And if you're a startup today and you're doing AI, by the way, if you're a startup today, it's really bad news. But if you're an AI startup, all of a sudden you're the darling of investors, right? And here we have BlackRock saying that artificial intelligence is a mega force. A mega force. BlackRock manages $10 trillion, right, of assets. Okay, so that's $10,000 billion of assets, and they are saying that AI is a mega force even in this poor economic climate. So I'm just going to go ahead now. You can see a lot of money is being thrown around. It's 340,000 US a year for a librarian, and that's not your average librarian in your university. We're talking about an AI librarian here. Okay, so this is NVIDIA CEO talking to the students who are graduating in the National Taiwan University, and his parting words to them was, run, don't walk when it comes to AI, right? He said it's an absolutely crucial skill. So as crazy as it seems, right, we're just really at the beginning, right? Because a lot of this is underestimated. And this brings me back to the idea, or rather the words of, in 1940, the CEO of IBM, actually said, maybe 5, maybe 5 computers in the whole world. But there are tens of millions of them today, right? And so clearly it was something that they did not anticipate. So imagine now, 150 years ago, when electricity was invented, and you go to a toothbrush manufacturer and you tell that person, right? hey, do you know that in 150 years' time, your toothbrushes are going to have electricity in them, and that person will laugh you out of the room, right? But today, the electric toothbrush is $1 billion business, right? So people are saying AI is the new electricity, right? And AI is very scary in many ways, but let's just take it one step at a time, right? It's an idea we believe whose time has come. Now, the best way for me to explain this is if you look at Tesla. Tesla is credited for driving the EV movement, and many people think that actually Tesla is the first electric car. Actually, that's not true, right? The first electric car was actually designed in 1832, right? And surprisingly, and this is very interesting, 60 years later, that car could travel at 100 kilometers per hour, right? And it was the fastest vehicle in the world, right? But for some reason, it was an idea whose time had not come. And so we had to wait another 150 years before we could see EVs in the dealership that we could actually go and buy, okay? So if you look at in all these new and promising technologies like Web3 or crypto, artificial this, artificial that, metaverse, right? It's all talking about future potential, okay? And some of you may have actually even invested in crypto and lost a lot of money, right? Because there was like a lot of things to connect the dots. But the difference between, say, ChatGPT, generative AI, is that it's already here. The algorithm, the thing that's powering your next Netflix movie is based on AI. Your Spotify, the next song is AI. If you say Uber or Grab or one of these ride-hailing apps, it's using AI to calculate the time it will get to your destination and stuff like that, right? So AI is already here, but it's been working in the background, and basically ChatGPT sort of made it, turn it into some headline news, but really AI is already here. So you're saying, okay, great, AI is already here. So what, right? Okay, here it is. This concept of democratization was something I had no idea about until I became CMO of a Houston-based AI startup, right? And that's when I understood what really is democratization. What is the power of democratization? Okay, so anyone can guess. Anyone can guess who this lady is? Okay, right. Her name is Mrs. Elizabeth Billington. Okay, she lived about 220 years ago, or more than about 250 years ago. And she was when, Britain was at the height. She lived in London, and where Britain was at the height of its powers, at that time. She wasn't particularly good looking or smart or had a royal background or whatever, right? But she did have two things going for her. One is she had an amazing, amazing voice. It is said that when she sang, the angels used to come and listen, okay? And she also was a really shrewd businesswoman. She was really, really good at negotiating. So combined with her talent, she actually, in 1801, what she did was she played one opera house against another and made it, turn it into a bidding frenzy, and actually eventually worked with them both, and thereby doubling her income. So in 1801, she managed to earn 10,000 English pounds, right? Which is an amazing amount. In today's, with inflation included and stuff like that, this is 1 million US dollars. That's what it is today. Imagine earning that per annum, right? But if you compare her, Mrs. Billington, to Rihanna, for example, she makes 70 million US dollars any given year, okay? And her net worth is far, far greater than Mrs. Billington. So what is the difference? You're probably asking, right? Like, what is this two young, talented women, right, who are both musicians and obviously you know, very, very good at also business. But what actually happened? I mean, why such a big difference? Okay, why the huge difference? It's because something actually happened in 1877. Okay, let me just rewind back, right? So before 1877, we basically had 4 options if we want to listen to music. If you got the big bucks, you know, you listen to people like Mrs. Billington, or you have to learn to sing and entertain yourself, or stop listening to music altogether. Okay, and option 4 is listen to someone half good. Okay, so Casey in the chat has got a clue there. Thank you, Casey, for your comment. He's saying the difference is in the recordings. Okay, so as a result, the music venues and the dance halls, right, were full of average performers because people, you know, didn't know any better. Okay, and but in 1877, yes, Casey, you're right. The Thomas Edison actually invented the phonograph, and he was determined to get this phonograph into every home around the world, or on both sides of the Atlantic, right? And as a result of that, okay, there was a very, very interesting side effect. Before 1877, like I said, this was how the curve was. Okay, there was a very, very wide spread of performers all over the place. But after 1877, all of a sudden, the people who were really, really good, right, actually made incredible amounts of money, like say Rihanna, and those who were average just basically either lost their jobs or had to buck up or had to find some other ways to survive, right? So you can say that in 1877, this phonograph was a game changer, right? But it wasn't the only game changer. The printing press in 1436 was a game changer. And of course, the PC in 1980s was a game changer. Now, I am saying now that in 2022, when ChatGPT, it was another game changer, okay, when it came out, because this was the first time we saw the power of generative AI, right, as opposed to just AI. And this is a really, really important slide. I want you to pay attention because we're talking about the Great Reset, right? Okay, now, if you can see here on the left, you see we started with stone tools and we moved to bronze tools and iron tools. Now, each of these vertical lines is actually a reset, okay? And when we move to stone, from those people who had bronze tools could easily defeat the ones without bronze tools who are just using stone tools, right? And again, water powers to move to steam powered, electric power, right? So those people, for example, or companies in this case, like GE, General Electric, who survived on electric power with Thomas Edison, and was in the industrial age, the giants, they could not transcend into the knowledge age well. And today the biggest companies, the top 10 companies, GE is not one of them. Okay, in fact, GE, if you see, could not really move into the next age, which is the intelligence age, right? So from industrial to knowledge to intelligence. And intelligence age is very different from knowledge age, right? But see, for example, look, if you look at GE, what was once an absolute, amazing force to be reckoned with is really on its way out, right? Artificial intelligence is very different. It's very different from general software, for example, because something to do with algorithms. We've all heard of algorithms, these things that say Google or whatever. It's basically a set of instructions, okay? So algorithms are this finite sequence of instructions, but AI can actually create their own algorithms, right, in response to learned input. So basically, it is like I can create my own things and I can survive. So the difference here is between cars and flying cars, right? That's how big a difference this is. And I just want to share with you that, like artificial plants, artificial intelligence is not the real thing, right? It can look like the real thing. It can be even better than the real thing, but in many ways, it's not the real thing at all. So how is AI going to impact you? That's really, really key. We're talking about a great reset here. There's going to be great amounts of impact, okay? So example. So you have artificial intelligence is broken into many, many, many different things. But let's look at the last one right at the bottom here, robotics. Okay, how is robotics going to change, or what is the state of robotics? Let me just play a little video for you. So in this video, you will see a robot actually wrapping up a Christmas gift. Okay, so you can see how it's doing it really precisely. And this video is speeded up a little bit, right? So you can see it's a bit carefully doing that. So just keep on watching, right? Till it gets to the end where it puts a little ribbon and you know, gets the thing done. So basically, if you are a somebody who makes a living, say, wrapping gifts, that's it. Robot's going to come and take your job, right? Something like that. Okay, but here's the thing. That video was posted in 2015. Okay, so you're probably wondering, what is the state of robotics in 2023? Let me just play the little clip for you. Okay, so this is a really scary thing. Okay, for a lot of people, they feel their jobs are going to be taken over. They're going to lose their jobs. For example, ChatGPT has this thing called the code interpreter. So if you're a programmer, this thing can do a lot of stuff that current programmers already do, right? So and current sort of like data scientists are already doing. So this is very scary, okay, for a lot of people. But there's good news. A lot of people are very afraid that AI is going to take their jobs, and to some extent, it is true that they are predicting, right? A lot of jobs actually do in the last 12 years have disappeared, and there are jobs that we have no idea about are actually coming. And if you look the same thing with Mrs. Billington before and after with Rihanna, right, you will see that in this case, hundreds of millions of jobs will be lost. Okay, so jobs are going to be lost, jobs are going to be gained. And here's the problem. They're going to be, before the new jobs come, there's going to be a gap between the jobs lost and the jobs gained. So meaning that there are going to be people who are going to be without jobs, right? So here we have a study from McKinsey, which talks about 375 million workers will need to be retrained, reskilled, or look for something else, because what they're doing right now will be taken over by AI. Okay, so here's the fact. Okay, a robot or a machine is not going to steal your job, but somebody who is using AI will. Okay, so this I'm going to repeat it again. Don't have to worry about AI. It's not going to steal your job. What you have to worry about is the person who is using AI who is going to steal your job. All right. So your success will depend on how quickly you're able to transition from I shape to M shape. So what do I mean by I shape and M shape? Okay. So let us actually talk about this Rihanna and Mrs. Billington example. Okay, so during the time in 1801 when Mrs. Billington was performing, all she had to worry about, right? All she had to focus all her attention on was just the fact that she had to practice and be at the top of her game. That's all she had to do, right? And automatically everything else sort of fell into place because she was the best, right? But with Rihanna's case, it's very different, right? Rihanna needs to be, just like Mrs. Billington, needs to work on her voice and needs to be really, really good. But at the same time, she needs to be she needs to have specific knowledge. So the vertical thing that goes down, right? The gray bar, right? That is her depth of skill, right? And here at the top, the T shape, that's a breadth of skill. So Rihanna needs to be having a wide knowledge in, say, personal branding, creative thinking. She needs to have a artistic style. She needs to rhythm and movement, dance, like all these things she needs to have alongside her great voice and her love of music. But that's not enough. She needs to not just have a deep knowledge in here, but she needs to focus also on, say, for example, one thing here and another one here on the other side, right? So this is where understanding how social media networks work, building a powerful personal brand that she can monetize on, as well as having a great love of music. This is basically how every professional today, every person who wants to survive in today's world needs to have not just one level of skill, right? And stick to it. But so in other words, what I'm saying is, you can't rely on just what you've learned at the university, right? You have to sort of be a specialist in two other things. So let's keep going. So this is a really important slide. It's from my friend Roberto Saif, and he talks about how the skills, like say emotional intelligence, right, requires a new focus because we're playing in a new playing field now, right? So in the old days, it was about knowledge, expertise, and status, right? Today, it's about authenticity, relatability, trustworthiness, right? So just-in-time learning is another one, okay? You read, 10 books before you start a project, but now you actually start the project first, and then you get your information in bite-sized portions as you're. So basically here, you study to build a car. Here, you try to build a car while you're driving it, right? And then here, systems thinking, where you're thinking about systems and mixing different systems across multiple domains. So before it was just a single type of tool or a single type of industry or a single type of method. But today, you're actually sort of mashing them up together and trying to create like new things, okay? So the idea here is to, in summary, right? The way to future-proof yourself, right, is be relevant. And remember, it's not just the technical skills, it's also the non-technical skills, and always keep learning, okay? So now, I'm going to show you AI tools in action. And this is something you can do yourself immediately, right? Right after this session, you can do this already. It costs you nothing. It's free of charge, the tools that I'm sharing with you. And you can, so imagine, right? So give me a scenario here. So you are part of the Agora Club, and somebody says, hey, we need to set up a youth program. We think we want to set up a youth program. And you go like, okay. And they say, you know what? I hear that the youth program in India is actually quite good. So can you go and study or learn about it? All right. So what you do is you go onto YouTube and you find this video by Vijayanti Pakalam, right? And so typically without AI, what you do is you listen to the video, right? And you try to learn as much as you can from this video. But I'm going to show you a different way, okay? So you find the video. You don't have to watch it. Just copy the web address of that video, right? So once you got the link, then go to this site. It's called YouTubetranscript.com, okay? And go to that site and enter that YouTube URL, which you just copied from YouTube, right? And what that'll do is it will give you this, right? Perfectly, or at least almost perfectly, done YouTube video transcript. Okay, now that's only the half of it. After that, what you do is in this case, this video is just a few minutes. It's about 15 minutes long, right? But sometimes it may be, for example, a podcast that is 90 minutes long or even longer, right? So what's going to happen is you're going to have a very, very, very long transcript, pages and pages of it. And that doesn't really work with ChatGPT. So what you do is you go to this website called chatsplitter.com and you paste that entire thing, or if you've got it in a Word file or PDF, you can just upload it, right? And you paste it here. And what that will do is that will split up your entire transcript into the different bite-sized portions that ChatGPT can swallow, right? So you see one of two, two of two. Okay, in this case, they're just two portions, but they could be, for example, hundreds, right? Anyway, so once you got that, oh, by the way, you see it says, look at the transcript. It says it's incorrectly spelled Agora because that transcript is just taking things literally of what the speaker said in the video, right? So you go to chat.openai.com. If you are not if you have not signed up, then you should sign up. Otherwise, you can just log in. And when you log in, you will see something like this. And what you want to do is you want to actually copy and paste what you saw here, right? So here you've got two little chunks here. So copy and paste these chunks one by one. So once you copy the first chunk, right? This is the first chunk, and you will get that's all you're doing. You're just copying and pasting, right? And after the first chunk, it will prompt you to do the second chunk, right? And then here's the prompt. So you look at the top of the screen. This is my instruction to ChatGPT. I said, create an action plan, including my next step so that I can implement everything discussed in the video. Remember, I've not watched this video. Okay, so I have no idea what's in the video, but I'm thinking that it could be relevant to me. And I also say, assign time to complete each steps, split up the work over a certain period of time. I did not give it any instruction what time frame is required. So remember, this is a very, very open-ended instruction that I've given to the to ChatGPT. Okay, so it comes up with a 4-week program, right? And week 1, by the way, when it is after going through the transcript, it noticed the error in spelling, and it's corrected it for me. I did not have to tell ChatGPT to correct to get the right spelling of Agora. Okay. And it goes on week 2, and then week 2, what day 1, day 2, blah blah blah. Okay, and it keeps going until week 4. Now, I had a look at it and I wasn't happy because it seemed a bit too generic for me. So what I did was I challenged ChatGPT, right? I pushed back and I said, look, you're an expert at setting up youth clubs, right? So review the action plan. I gave it some context. I said, you are an expert now, right? I want you to improve on what you've just given me. So now, as an expert, it's come up with a revised version. Okay, and you can see the quality is a lot better. You can see that we're talking about a variety of different things, right? And in particular, I see, for example, day 2, look at the one underlined in red, okay, where it says create promotional materials like posters, social media posts, and flyers. And I thought, okay, that's interesting. Let me drill down on that. So I drill down on that, meaning that I basically asked ChatGPT to expand with detailed example, right? That whatever, I just copied and pasted, and I said, expand this with a detailed example. So there we go. We're delving deeper into ChatGPT here, whereby it's giving me a lot more details, right? And it's saying, look, if you're talking about the youth, give them a bit more vibrant colors, not so boring colors, for example, right? And interestingly, find your voice with the youth speaker club, right? Giving you like catchy phrases and stuff like that, right? Okay. Now, So I like the way they talk about using hashtags, right? And then it tells you about flyers and stuff like that. Okay. And then it says about how to create and attract potential members for the Youth Speaker Club, right? Among the youth. Okay. So I said, okay, fine. I want to see more infographics, how you do short video clips and animated GFCs. I was very interested in the short video clips because I wanted to know how I could make a promotional video to support my club, right? So here we go. It talked about storyboard, right? And blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, interesting storyboard. So what I said was, on this, from the answer where it gave me plan the sequence of shots, I said, you know what? Why don't you give me a detailed plan about that sequence of shots? Okay. I didn't want to waste a lot of time. So I said, just make up the message as you see fit. If you have a particular message already, you can say, give me a detailed plan with such and such, with so and so, and blah, blah, blah in the message, right? As per the message that you're given, and it will happen. So here we go. This is what it gave me. Let's create a storyboard for promotional video for the Youth Speaker Club. And there were nine areas from 1 to 9, whereby it wanted me to, or it gave me the idea to create a video with 9 components, right? So the first one is the opening shot, where it talks about, it told me what should the visual be, what should the audio be, and what should the text on the video be, right? Text on the video. And then it goes with a montage, right? We believe every voice matters, and then it keeps going, right? Talk about the club activities, and then go in the success stories. Now here it is very interesting. Number 4, it says, a member practicing in front of a mirror and then transitioning to them confidently speaking on stage, right? So basically, meet, XYZ, once a hesitant speaker, now a confident orator. So basically, it's doing the before and the after. And eventually they will have also community impact with testimonials, right? This club has changed my life. I found my voice here. And then invitation to join, right? A diverse group, closing shot, okay, visual, and then a call to action. Okay, so what I would say is that if you want better out of ChatGPT, you can actually give them a prompt. This is the old way. This is the normal way, right? You give a prompt as an input, and then you get a text as an output. But if you give them the description of the task with some examples and tell them what kind of indicator you want as an output. So for example, action plan. I want an action plan with an 8-month action plan, right? An 8-month action plan, right? Okay. So, and the next steps to ensure your success, right? So the 80-20 rule talks about, the 20% that you do will create 80% of your results, right? So today is the day that you're here, right? And you are making choices for the rest of your life, right? So go and look and see whether you can start looking deeper into AI. Don't try to fight it. Understand that the early adopters will have a lot of obstacles, but they will be the ones who also profit from it. Okay, I have got over 800 tools. You can contact me. If you contact me on LinkedIn, will be great. Or you can also, I'm starting a newsletter as well. So feel free to join my newsletter. But that's basically it. That's me, done. So thank you very much for your time. I'll hand over to Shaba. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Indra. Thank you for your enlightening insights on how artificial intelligence is changing the world. I have definitely gained a better understanding on this transformative technology now. And thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and opening our minds to the incredible possibilities that lie ahead. And since it's already 7:30, I will give it back to Effie. Thank you so much.
Oh, Thank you, Adrian. I'm a big fan of AI now. When it first launched, I was kind of like curious and treated like how I treat Google's. But now I learned to do it better, making a better prompt, and the result is really, really hilarious. I mean, like really, really helping me in doing my work like at the office. So I think you are right about talking of these AI tools as the most one of powerful tools that we can use in helping us doing our jobs and other daily tasks. So thank you again. Thank you, Shaba. Okay, now shall we move on to our next agenda? Will be, let me check. We will start the speech contest. For tonight, we have a social awareness speech contest, and it will be led by our contest master, Vijayanti Pakala, who is the ambassador Agora for India. So without further ado, please help me welcome Vijayanti Pakala. Yay! Vijayanti, are you here?
Yes, very much here. Thank you, Ellie. Hello, everyone. A warm welcome to everyone here. Our Chief Judge, Chris Callahan, our judges, contestants, members, and guests. Today, we have our AGORACON 2023 Social Awareness Speech Contest. The Social Awareness Speech Contest aims to find people capable of inspiring and galvanizing support for acting on the problems that our world is facing. And our timers for today are Akanksha and Ryan. I request the host to please spotlight them for me.
Yes, Akansha.
And Ryan.
All right, let me just. This is the timer for tonight.
Yes.
And Ryan. Ryan.
You can just type in timer and you will find them.
All right, find him. Okay. Oh.
Ryan, can you please raise your hand?
Yeah, just 1 second.
Yeah. So it'll be easier for you to spotlight. Yes. Thank you. So these are our two timers, Akanksha and Ryan. Today, the social awareness speech contest must be having a maximum duration of 7 minutes. The timer will show a green card at the end of 5 minutes and a yellow card at the end of 6 minutes and a red card at the end of 7 minutes. And there is a grace period of 30 seconds for which no card will be shown. For a speaker to qualify, he or she should speak for a maximum duration of 7 minutes. And today, AGORACON 2023 social awareness speech contestants are Angela Lansbury. So would the host like to spotlight them so it's easier for you to identify? Then we have Mihira Govinda Vajhala. We have Erica Majors. We have Adina Sgavardini. I hope I got your spelling right. And we have Dennis Stefana Corladi. These are our lovely contestants. I wish all the contestants all the best. I request the timers to please send the timesheet after each contestant's speech is over to the Chief Judge, Chris Callahan. Chief Judge Chris Callahan, do you have any points to add? The floor is yours. You can remove the spotlight from all others.
Thank you, Madam MC. Just one point, judges, there has been a change in one of the titles of the speech at the last minute. This should not actually be allowed, but I've conceded this in this particular case. You will see I've attempted to make a change to your spreadsheets that you're working on for the second speaker today with a different title. I have not put the full title there, it didn't fit. So just be aware of the full title when it is announced, please. Otherwise, contestants, relax, enjoy yourselves, and I'm sure that we will all enjoy your speeches as well.
Thank you, Chief Judge. I request all the non-contestants to please mute your mics during the contest. And now we are ready for our contest, AGORACON 2023 Social Awareness Contest. Today, we have our first contestant, Angela Lansbury. Host, can you please spotlight Angela Lansbury? Angela Lansbury, Recycling Queen. Recycling Queen, Angela Lansbury.
Friends, I'm the recycling queen, and you can be a recycling queen or king. Recycling is the solution, but what is the problem? Is recycling a rubbish idea? No, it's a very big problem, worldwide pollution. We have pollution of the air we breathe. We have pollution of the water. We have pollution of everything, and we are throwing things away constantly. Every year, there are 92 million tons of textiles thrown out, and 60% of these are plastics. And even when you're washing your synthetic clothes, little particles of plastic are going into the water. So what can we do? What can we do to save the planet? Now, we want to save the planet, don't we? Everybody does. But we also want to know what's in it for me. Well, there's plenty in it for you, and it can be fun. Let me show you two things which I do. I recycle clothes. Can you see what I'm wearing? It's okay, isn't it? It's all that you can see is recycled. This collar is a children's dress. It's like that. I've slit it down the sides, and it has become what is known as a dicky, which is a false front with a collar. This is the bottom of a long dress, because I'm a short person and most dresses are too long for me. I read that other people say, I've thrown it away, it was too long. Ridiculous, just cut the bottom off and then you have a scarf, a belt, a headscarf, or just send it to me. What else have I got? Here, what do you see here? This is a pillowcase. What did I do? I cut it on the middle of the short edge. I cut it down there to make a fold back point. It slit down the sides, but not right the way down, just as far as I needed it to get it on. And if I wanted, I could put in a piece of ribbon or a zip. And then, of course, my skirt was made from trousers. I didn't want trousers, I wanted a skirt. It was sitting doing nothing. So I slit it up the legs and turned it around. My husband has shirts that he often throws out when he finds the collar gets frayed. Well, you can cut the collar off and then you have a mandarin collar. Just look at any shirt you've got and see what happens. The same goes for the cuffs. Cut them off and you have bell sleeves. But you might say, I don't want bell sleeves. I actually want them tighter. I'm getting bitten by insects, or I want to keep out the cold. Well, then you get a pair of socks, you cut them like that, and you make an edging and you sew it in, and there you have the cuff. Wonderful. Now, I'm going to show you something you probably don't know. You might have known everything I told you before, but you probably don't know this. This is what to do if you break something which is china. This was a bedside lamp. I reached up to the curtains, knocked it off, and it's cracked. This has happened 3 times. Each time my husband has got glue and very carefully put it all together. What happens when you put it together? You find you have a nasty crack. The first thing you do is get a gold pen. You see this word here, kintsugi. Well, perhaps it's back to front, but you can take a picture of it and then reverse it. Kintsugi is Japanese. It means repair with gold. You draw a line with a gold pen, ideally a pen, felt tip pen. And then what happens if it's still sharp? Then you get glitter glue, which is thick, and you fill in all the sharp points with the glitter glue. And then sometimes you find that what you're left with is even better than what you started with. I am so pleased with my lamp, and I'm so pleased with my clothes. Now let's look at some other problems you might have. Food all day long. We throw away food, an enormous amount of food. Restaurants throw away food. The Americans are very good at giving you takeaway or takeout. And we've discovered that restaurants are being charged per bag of waste they're throwing away. So it's in their interest to give you food to take home. What can you do to recycle? Well, we grow those little trees with little oranges on them for Chinese New Year and other festivals. You can turn them into marmalade. I went to visit a vegan friend for a weekend, and to my surprise, she had flowers all over her garden, but the flowers were not flowers, they were fruit. So you could be growing fruit. Governments are helping us do this. So we can upcycle our clothes. Now, upcycling is recycling, but making something even better than what you had before. Of course, everything in the house can be recycled in some way. Here's a tissue box. I've turned it into a container for shoes. You can take a cereal box and cut it diagonally, and then you have a magazine box. Or you can turn it into a snakes and ladders children's game. I've seen manufacturers print on the side of their boxes, unfold it and make a puppet or make a theatre or make a game. Now we could make legislation say that every manufacturer should not just say whether something could be recycled, but tell you what you can do with it to give it a new life. That is what I would like to happen. So what's in it for me? It'll save you money and it can also be fun. You can be the king of recycling, the queen of recycling. Just copy me.
Now we have a minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballot. Timer, can you please show at the end of 1 minute a red card to signify the end of 1 minute? Thank you, timer. Our second speaker for today is Mihira Govinda Vajala. Host, please spotlight Mihira Govind Vajala. Mihira Govind Vajala. Importance of volunteering. Importance of volunteering. Mihira Govind Vajala.
What does this, and this have in common? Yes, they all are philanthropic organizations, and the most common thing about them are volunteers. So that made me think, what are volunteers? What is volunteering? Well, volunteering is a selfless act that has a great impact on individuals, communities, and society as a whole. It requires one's personal time, skills, and resources, basically to help others. And it is irrespective of one's own income. Volunteering should not be overstated, as it has a vital role in the society. It is into improving personal development, building strong communities, and driving positive social changes, as well as creating an experience on one in itself. Now, why am I talking about volunteering? Many people, are nothing but volunteers. But the problem I have observed that slowly volunteering is becoming a diminishing task. A task that people use either to propel their social status or to imagine themselves as in the market or as a best marketing activity. But the most important thing about volunteering is the selfless act, and that is slowly missing. So this is me think that I have experienced in the whatever little time I have spent on this earth, 2 devastating incidents that changed the way of my life, the way I think about people, and how important is volunteering. When I was 5 years old, we experienced Hudhud, a very severe cyclonic storm that had wind speeds of 215 kilometers per hour. It caused a complete devastation of our city. But me and my brother enjoyed the cyclone. We were so delighted that the schools were shut down. We were looking forward to going onto the terrace with our grandfather to witness what was happening around us. Because for us, it was more of a fun thing. So when we went up there, we saw blocked drains, plants uprooted, trees falling down. We didn't understand all of this because we didn't know the impact of cyclone. The cyclone had a significant impact on the lives of the people. It caused a massive destruction on damaging infrastructure, homes, agriculture, and livelihood. Life came to standstill close to 15 days. People didn't have any supplies at all. One, because everybody in Visakhapatnam thought that they'll never be hit by a cyclone. We were always under an assumption that we will never face the effect of a cyclone. We're always cocooned. So yes, nobody had any supplies. The power lines were down, and there's a massive scarcity for drinking water. Can you imagine being in a place where you are lack of drinking water? So that's when I realized a couple of people knocking on my door. Do you want some water? They offered. So that's when people started going into communities and started helping. That's when I saw thousands of volunteers reaching out to people in distress and helped everyone come out of this bad phase. So this is what Hudhud for us is. And I'm sure we're all aware of this scenario, aren't we? I'm sure there is no one who doesn't know this scenario. The very recent event, COVID-19, right? Well, I think COVID-19 is the worst than any cyclone because it not only affected one locality, but it affected the entire world. And how do you think we survived? If it had not been for all the volunteers and doctors, irrespective of people getting affected by COVID or not, the doctors and volunteers, they came out and helped us. I personally went through a lot of trauma with my family during the COVID. During the second wave, my entire family was affected of COVID. My mother was quarantined in another place. There were tension raising. We were struggling a lot. My grandfather, unfortunately, didn't make it through after 19 days of struggle. The pain of finding an oxygen cylinder, a bed in a hospital, my parents running here and there to save my grandfather are etched in my memory still this date. But we got through all these things. How? The volunteers. If it had not been the volunteers, I don't think we would have conquered this COVID-19 situation. If there's a threat to the mankind, people come and volunteer. They come for our rescue. Volunteers do so much for the world. And why? Just for their self-satisfaction. Volunteering makes them a better person, both personally and professionally. And in a world facing many challenges, volunteering, whether locally or globally, it still remains to be one of the most important aspects of our society. So I hope you all are now ready to volunteer, not waiting for a big opportunity to come your way. Volunteering can be as simple as anything. Volunteering starts at home. So wish you all a very happy volunteering. And let me ask you a question. How more speaking clubs? Thank you.
Now, we have a minute of silence for the judges to mark the ballot. Timer, please show end of 1 minute by a red card. Thank you. Our third speaker for today is Erica Majors. Host, please spotlight Erica Majors. Erica Majors, social media, the addiction no one wants to cure. Social media, the addiction no one wants to cure. Erica Majors. And can you please spotlight our second timer, Akanksha?
I am glad the theme of AGORACON 2023 is unity in diversity, because it goes along with my title, Social Media, the Addiction No One Wants to Cure. Social media is a universal language. It is understood in any country. That is a way for us to communicate in any way possible. There are different social media platforms that exist. There are so many, I don't know that I will have the opportunity to name them all. You have Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, LinkedIn, just to name a few. There are many more, as I said, but we would probably be here all day. Social media as a drug is something that people gravitate to because that's how they communicate. Most of the times when you see people in their social media, their heads are down in their phone like this. They are constantly looking down and tapping their fingers on their phones, right? Every time you see someone, this is how you see them looking. If you were to walk past them and say, "Hello, Johnny, how are you?" And they would say, "Hi, I'm doing well." And they're still tapping away on their phones. That to me is a drug. Now, sometimes people cannot get away from their social media. There are times when you might be sleeping and you have your phone by your bedside or maybe in the bed with you. And you, as soon as it goes off and you hear that ding, you're grabbing for the phone, you're waking up and you're like, "Oh my God, who is that?" And you're tapping away to see what that post says or to see what message was sent to you. That is a drug. I've done it many times. I have grabbed the phone and from a deep sleep, and just to check, because I don't know who it is. It might be a surprise message from someone that I was, looking forward to. And so I'll jump up, look at the message, and the next thing you know, I'm out of my deep sleep and I'm on my phone. Social media is a drug, but it is a drug that no one wants to cure because, once again, that is how we communicate. At any moment in time, we can travel to another country. As you can see now, we are all present from different countries, on this platform of social media. What a great way to communicate. Now, there are millions of users that use these different platforms. Facebook has over 2.5 billion users. Instagram is similar. Now, to understand which platform to use and what may be best for you, depending on what you're using it for, you would want to know how each of those platforms work. Now, for Facebook, most users on Facebook are more seasoned users. I don't want to say older. We're going to say seasoned. So there are more seasoned users on Facebook. So they're going to be people like me who are of the age of maybe 40 plus. Your Instagram users are going to be more likely your millennials, 30 and younger, who are using that platform. And then you have TikTok. TikTok it's not a new platform, but it's a platform that has grown like wildflower. And everybody seems to be using TikTok. You can use TikTok for anything. It was so funny because the other day I saw a TikTok video of someone who filmed their dog watching a TikTok video. The dog would bark hilariously because the owner would take away the TikTok from them. And so it would not stop barking until they gave them back the phone with the TikTok videos. I thought that was so hilarious. And so once again, social media is a drug. It is a drug no one wants to cure because, as I've said before, this is how we communicate. We communicate through these different social media platforms. At any moment in time, I can pick up my phone and I can call someone through the app. I can have meetings, business meetings through the app. Being able to share my information to whoever it is on the other side. Social media is a drug no one wants to cure. I would challenge you today to think about how much time do you use social media? Does it consume your day? And if it does, what can you do to scale back that time? So as you go about your day, just think about it. Am I really a drug addict when it comes to social media? For some of us, we may say yes. And for some of us, we may not. But as I've stated before, I am so glad that AGORACON 2023 theme is unity in diversity, because we've all come together in one accord for this very moment on a social media platform.
Now we have 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark the ballot. Timer, please show the end of 1 minute by a red card. I request all the non-contestants to please check whether your microphone is muted or not. If not, please mute your microphones during the contest. Thank you. Our fourth speaker for today is Adina Zgavardici. Host, can you please spotlight Adina? Adina Zgavardici. No time for pickles. No time for pickles. Adina Zgavardici. Can you please spotlight the timer too?
I promise to never order at a McDonald's again. And I'll tell you why. So what led me to my epiphany? It's simple. I ordered and I had the most stupid experience in my entire life. Okay, so what happened was I pulled up to a McDonald's drive-thru and the speaker goes, "Hello, welcome to McDonald's. How can I help you today?" And I just ordered, "Can I get a Big Mac combo meal with no pickles and iced tea? Thanks. Oh, but don't forget to take the pickles out, please. That'd be great. Are you sure you don't want any pickles in your Big Mac sandwich?" Now it's the first red flag. That's where I should have turned back. But I just went, you know, I think I really want no pickles in my Big Mac sandwich, but I'll let you know when I do want pickles. Thanks. And this human being actually responds. You see, here at McDonald's, we highly recommend pickles in our Big Mac sandwich. Man, I don't want your pickles. Stop. I'm sorry. I don't want your pickles. So after this memorable interaction, I had a shower thought outside of the shower. Why did I choose the drive-thru instead of walk-in ordering, like regular ordering? And why did I choose the faster option, even though I was not in a hurry? And why was I secretly so offended for wasting my time over some pickles? Why are we, as humanity, always lost in such a hurry? Like, why do we get genuinely mad racing to the inevitable red light in the peak hour scramble to work? Why do we jump the queue at the coffee shop so we're out the door 3 minutes before the person we pushed past? Why do we honk at cyclists? Because we were held up a few seconds waiting to get by? We can't even wait to get home to watch the news to see what happened around the world today, because it's on our phones as we wait at the red light we just raced to, or as you're in a McDonald's drive-thru. And the list goes on, like even the fact that Google receives over 4 million searches every minute is astounding, really. And yes, the availability of any piece of information you could ever hope to find in mere seconds is a magnificent thing, and we should be grateful for it. I'm grateful. Not for pickles, though. But the thing is, everything happens today as quick as a flash. We don't enjoy the journey anymore. We only want the destination. And we don't enjoy the process anymore. We only want the result. And I, as a frustrated customer, I frankly believe that what we should do, or at least those of us who want to break this mundane cycle, is to live with patience, expecting a full and a joyous life, and learn to ride the highs and cherish the lows, and learn to trust our timing so that we may discover that all the pain found in waiting has an awesome purpose at the end of the day. Because you know what they say, right? Before they lower the curtain, be certain to enjoy the show. Because life is short, but death is super long. This got unexpectedly deep, but still, to wrap this all up, man, I don't want your pickles. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark the ballot. Timer, please show the end of 1 minute by a red card. Thank you. Our fifth speaker for today is Denisa Stefana Coraldi. Host, can you please spotlight Denisa Stefana Coraldi? Denisa Stefana Coraldi. Persona. Persona, Denisa Stefana Coraldi. Can you please spotlight the timer too?
Every time I look in a mirror, all I see is a mask. Big lips with lip gloss, long lashes, eyeliner. You can see that I have a perfect and beautiful face. When I was 9, society told me that a girl must be beautiful because in this world, men are the ones who are intelligent, not us women. So if I can be smart enough, I have to be beautiful. And when they are asking me something, to pretend that I don't know the answer, to giggle and to play with my hair. When I was 13, they told me to wear clothes that are fitted on me, to put on some makeup, to use perfume, to play with my hair, to be confident, to show that I have money, to shave my legs and my body, to be quiet. When I was 14, I understand that I have to do all those things if I want to be seen in this world. So I tried to be what society wanted me to be. I do not use public transport. I do not eat meat. I put on makeup. I do not use public transport because the driver makes compliments about my body and I can't do anything but smile and move on. Because there is always a man who stares at me insistently, or guys who are touching me, and I can do nothing because I'm asking for it. I do not eat meat because last time someone told me that I better give up on this eating style if I don't want to gain more weight. I put on makeup, but I'm judged every day by the same people who told me that I should do something with my face because I'm not as pretty as they want me to be. Now I'm 17 and I don't want to live in silence anymore. They told me to talk less, but they don't know that I can't be silent because when I'm silent, there are those who want me dead and I don't want to become a grave. I can't scream because when I do this, all my echoes come back to me, reminding me that they'll return again and again and again, and they are reminding me how lonely I am. Society thinks that instead of flesh and bones, I'm made of plastic. That I don't have my own mind and soul. That all I know is how to dress up. That I'm their little and pretty puppet. Yes, society knows all my dreams and yet prefers to break them in front of my eyes. But does society know that 1 out of 10 of those poor souls like me had suicidal thoughts? That 9% of those unfortunate bullied people, because of how they look, inflict horrific harm on themselves? That 24% of them have changed the way they eat? Does society know that 60% of them try to change the way they look just because they feel they are not enough for the people around them? Now I'm 17 years old and I don't want to live like everything is normal, because it's not about the past, it's about the fact that I've never really existed, that I'm so lost in time that I can't come back to who I was. What should I do? I tried to talk, thinking that they would listen to what I have to say, but they cut me off. I tried to ask for help, but you, yes, all of you who should have helped me, were too busy to pay attention to my wounds. I tried to tear my skin off myself, thinking that I could find a map inside me that could help me find a way out of this life that didn't seem to belong to me. I tried to escape, to run away from all this suffering, but my pain is faster than me. Maybe I have the most beautiful lip gloss, but my smile is never real. Maybe I have long lashes and eyeliner, but my eyes are always sad. Maybe I wear pink and fitted clothes, but my soul is barely visible. And maybe I'm 17 years old, but I don't want to live in this storm anymore, because every time I look in a mirror, all I see is nothing. So you can try to see me next time.
Now we have a minute of silence for the judges to cast the ballot. Timer, please show the end of 1 minute by a red card. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of our AGORACON 2023 Social Awareness Contest. I thank the Chief Judge, Chris Callahan, all the judges, contestants, timers, and the audience for your unflinching support. Now I hand over the stage to the MC.
All right, thank you, Master Contest, Mr. Chijensi. And now we're going to wait for the judges to do their magic. And for the time being, we will invite our next speaker, which is very interesting, Fred Jones, who will be telling his experience on his recent visit to Nepal. Fred Jones is our Agora ambassador for Canada. So please help me all welcoming Fred Jones.
Thank you
Fred?
very much. Welcome to my friends and to those in Nepal. Namaste. Today I want to share with you what I learned about in my recent trip in Nepal about the gift that Agora offers the world. Agora Speakers is a wonderful gift to the world. The purpose of my 12-week trip to Nepal was to spread the word about what Agora Speakers has to offer in schools in Nepal. And I spent 12 weeks traveling through Nepal, visiting a different school every week, and visiting all 7 provinces. Working with the students and introducing them to Agora Speakers was a highlight for me. I learned that the Nepali people are very hospitable and generous, and I met many wonderful people. And here are a few examples. The first person I wish to introduce is Ravi Bhattarai. Now, Ravi is an ambassador for Agora Speakers in Nepal. And we're standing next to a small Hindu shrine in Kathmandu, and Ravi arranged my journey to the schools in all 7 provinces. And the next person I want to mention is this gentleman here standing next to me and Ravi. This is L.B. Rana. L.B. is the first school principal I met, among many others that I met as I visited each location in Nepal. L.B. was very generous, thoughtful, and helpful. He arranged phone support for me from the first to the last day throughout my travels in Nepal. And during my travels, he would call me and see how I was doing. Hello, Fred, how are you doing? Do you need anything? And this shirt is a gift from LB. LB is a great example of the many other amazing and generous school staff that I met throughout Nepal. And another example of the people I met is this family. Now, this is a family who hosted me for a week in their home. They were extremely hospitable and helpful, asking if I needed anything to eat, or are you all right? What can we do? It's another great example of the many friendly, wonderful people I met in Nepal. And then there were the students. I learned they're hardworking and want to be the best they can be. And many demonstrated a high level of enthusiasm about what Agora Speakers has to offer. Now, some of the things I learned about Nepal whilst I was there was, well, Nepal is a relatively small country compared to Canada, and it's located in Asia between China and India. And the population in Nepal is around 30 million people. And there's many private schools, and about 30% of the students go to private schools. So while I was there, I was hosted in 10 private schools and 2 government public schools. And the access I was given to students and staff at the schools was outstanding. Now, on the map, there's red lines representing where I traveled during the 12 weeks. So you can see I started actually in Kathmandu, which is the capital in the middle, and then I moved out to the western part. I spent a few weeks there traveling, zigzagging around, then to the middle of the country, and then all the way out to the east. And in my 12 weeks, I zigzagged through the country and I visited all 7 provinces of Nepal. Now, this isn't a travel log, but there's one place I wish to mention that I visited because it has some relevance to this presentation. It is the Buddhist pilgrimage site in Lumbini, Nepal. It is known as the birthplace of Buddha. There are many monasteries and temples on that site, and behind me is the World Peace Pagoda, which I saw when I was in Nepal in Lumbini. Now let's review the process and approach that I took as I visited each location for a week. The schools are open from Sunday to Friday, 6 days a week. And the first part of the week, we would gather the students who expressed interest in AGRA, and they learned and they practiced having AGRA meetings with all the roles and how to run a meeting. And sometimes I had large groups. For example, this time I had around 60 students. So what we did was we broke them into smaller groups of around 20, and then that group would give a presentation, do their meeting, and while the others watched. And then another group would do the same thing. They would have a meeting while everyone watched. And this technique helped them learn very quickly about how to conduct AGRA meetings. Now, there were times in some schools where I had a smaller group. And in this case, what they would do is they have their meeting, maybe it would be 35 minutes approximately. We would then review what they did well, what they could do better, have a break, and then they would do it again with the same speeches, the same hot questions. And that was a great approach for them to learn quickly about how to conduct AGRA and what it was about. And I'll just mention that the man standing here was the English teacher. His name was UK. And sometimes we have the English teachers but every school I went to, English was a priority to learn. Now, after they had done practicing, at the end of the week, they would have a demonstration, and they had banners such as this, where they'd invite other students from their school and teachers from other schools in the area. Sometimes there were parents, sometimes there were other officials as well, to watch them demonstrate what was happening and what they had learned. So, for example, this was a group who were demonstrating. As you can see, if I expand this a bit, you can see the timer, speech evaluators, meeting leader, the hot questions masters, etc. And they would have it in front of an audience. This time, as I mentioned, we have students from their school and other schools and teachers, etc. And after the students demonstrated, it was my turn. And the title of my presentation was The Gift. I would point out the flag was unique because it consists of two triangles. And of course, the Nepali flag is a source of national pride and identity. And I told them I had brought them a gift that can enhance that national pride and identity. And the gift was from AGRA Speakers International, which is a non-profit educational foundation registered in Europe, free to join, nothing to buy, run by volunteers. And I also mentioned the reason their skills that they learn in AGRA Speakers is so important. I mentioned the world is changing dramatically. There's artificial intelligence, and we heard the presentation about artificial intelligence and how it's going to change the world. Robotics, climate change, and all of these changes that are occurring impacts the young generation because they are facing more challenges than any previous generation. And they need to learn how to work together to cope with the challenges. And a lot of the skills that they learn on being able to work with each other, help solve problems together, and collaborate, this is how they will survive and make a big impact on the world. So that's why AGRA Speakers is so important. I also explained how our meetings will help improve and need, to cope with this changing world from what they had seen. I pointed out the different meeting roles they had seen demonstrated. That's where they learn to speak in front and share their ideas. The highlighted ones in yellow are those like the meeting leader, the speeches, thought of the day, joke masters. They're learning how to present in front of a group. And then Hot Questions Master was where they learned to speak impromptu, answer questions, which is part of life and important. And the most important roles I pointed out is what I call the secret sauce. It's how to learn to give feedback and help each other improve, because we want to help and collaborate with each other and make us the best we can be. So collaboration is helped enormously by learning how to evaluate in a positive manner. I also shared with them the benefits of public speaking. The fact that it helps them with their communication skills, helps them build their confidence, helps them learn to be a leader that the world needs in this rapidly changing world. And I emphasize the point that all good leaders are good communicators. I also learned there's a large brain drain in Nepal. And many of their young and brightest students go overseas for education and ultimately live abroad. This brain drain is something I believe AGRA can help address. I pointed out that if they practice and learn their English, it could help reduce the brain drain. With the international internet improving and international companies looking for skills from around the world, they could stay in Nepal, stay with their families, stay with their friends in their culture and community, and contribute to their country, living in their own world, rather than having to move out other parts of the world. In addition to the schools, I also had other opportunities while I was there to express what AGRA speakers can do. And here are some examples. During a summer break, we arranged a 1-week summer camp. I spent all 6 days with the students. And in the morning, they practiced AGRA speakers. They then learned to journal on different topics. They helped cook the meal. And then after school, after lunch, we went on the school bus to a variety of sites. Now you can look at this school bus. They were singing on, having a lot of fun on the school bus. And I think this cow heard the children arrive singing, and the cow wanted to get on the bus and party on the bus as well. This was fun, active week that we had. Other things that we did was they would journal. This was on a riverbank, and then we explored the riverbank. We went to a couple religious sites where they explored the temples, met other people in those sites. And also we went to a farm. And on the farm, they explored the farm after they did their journaling. And they picked corn and they roasted the corn. Just look at how excited this young man was in his eyes. Just see, he's going to enjoy the corn that they had picked and roasted. So this was a wonderful, fun, and memorable week. Also, I had the opportunity on another time to go to a college. This was known as the International College of Applied Science in one city. And these adult students are interested in setting up an AGRA club as well. And one other very interesting person that I met was this man sitting next to me. His name is Besraj Nupani. And he had had a serious accident when he was young. And so he's in a wheelchair. He has limited use of his limbs and his arms. But during his recuperation from his accident, he was reading lots of books, but he found it difficult to find enough books. So he started a library, and all the books are donated. And these are some of the volunteers. He now has 14 libraries in 14 cities throughout Nepal. And they are interested in setting up some AGRA clubs in their libraries. So all of these schools I went to, the summer camp, the public library, and the college, received the presentation of the gift offered by AGRA speakers very, very positively. And as I mentioned before, the students were very interested and appreciative. They got it. They realized this is part of their future. This will make them successful. It's not only what you learn in school, It's how you learn to communicate and work and help each other and work as a team to solve the problems. I received even lots of feedback. In fact, there's a bracelet on my arm. One young girl said, "Thanks for coming and showing us this," and made me this bracelet. And here's an example of one student's comment. As a teenager, speaking in front of a crowd has never been easy, but looking forward to learning more and boost my confidence with Agora Speakers International. And can you imagine, just imagine, if they learn to communicate and help each other and improve their leadership skills in Nepal? Imagine what other countries, when they see the impact Agora Speakers is having in Nepal, they will say, "We want what Nepal has." And at this point, I'll just mention, if you have any comments, questions, or suggestions, please reach out to me. I have put my email address at the bottom of this slide. I'll also put it in the chat. And if you can also reach me if you go to the Agora Speakers website, where I'm listed as an ambassador, and there's a method of contacting me through email. So in summary, what I'd like to impress is that I learned in Nepal is there are many amazing people around the world that can benefit from the gift that Agora Speakers offers them. And let us continue to actively introduce the gift of Agora Speakers to more people around the world, and this will help make the world a much better place. And I predict that the gift of Agora Speakers offers could even have a positive impact on world peace, as represented by the World Peace Pagoda at Buddha's birthplace in Nepal. Namaste.
Namaste. Wow. Thank you, Fred. A very interesting speech about how the journey to Nepal, and it brings a lot of inspiring insight too. So cannot wait to go to Nepal and see how Agora can change people's lives there, and also maybe in Indonesia. So looking forward to it. And thank you, Fred. And let us continue to our next journey. So we will have another awesome speaker, which is Zoltan Ferres. Zoltan Ferres will deliver a speech that introduces us to the importance of emotional intelligence in international interactions and growth. So let me just find him. Hi, Zoltan. You there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, thank you.
So, okay, let me just introduce Zoltan for all of us just a bit. He has a very interesting resume, and oh my God, I cannot wait to hear the speech. He is actually coming from Romania. He's an expert of emotional intelligence and a prominent figure in Romania's personal development since 2015. He has certification for 6-second system, and he has solidified his authority in realm of emotional intelligence and been giving presentation training courses, even both online and offline, to let people know the importance of understanding the emotional intelligence, how to manage emotions, how to nurture it, and how it will bring out the insight to improve the performance and nurturing meaningful relationship. So without further ado, please help me welcome our speaker, Zoltan Ferres. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to congratulate everyone who contributed to this great event, and to congratulate everyone who is present here, because it is not easy to speak in public and not easy to open your mind and listen to others. So everyone, a big round of applause for yourselves. And I'm glad I listened to Fred Jones's presentation, because he underlined nicely what I want to talk about, part of it at least, the fact that we live in a world of endless possibilities. Basically, right now, anyone can become anything. Anyone can pursue any ideal, any goal, or any way of life. And we seem like we reached the moment when humanity, or at least most of it, are free, right? We have all the possibilities, we have all the ways that we can follow. And I want to talk about a concept that is quite controversial these days, a concept that I've been thinking a lot about, a concept that actually defines one's direction in life and the long-term consequences of their actions. I want to talk to you about maturity, not the one regarding age, because I don't think it has anything to do with age, how mature your decisions are. I want to talk to you about the maturity that is about making decisions that really benefit you. And before I start, I want to make a light disclaimer. Anything I say is based on my experience. I've been working for the last 10 years in developing emotional intelligence with thousands of people. And by the way, all those who had speeches, congrats. It's not easy to stay in front of people. I started this almost 18 years ago at an astrology conference. So since then, I made basically a profession and a meaning for my life with this public speaking part and presentation part. So use this information, what I will be saying, use it with your own maturity, right? Take anything you need and leave anything you don't think is useful for you. So what is maturity? It has nothing to do with age, at least by my opinion. It has everything to do with wisdom. And I will plot you some mathematical equation of maturity, because my background is an IT area. So I love charts and I love circles, intersections, and graphs. So imagine that maturity and mature decisions are a result of the intersection of three things, right? Three things. First of all, we all have a need for an experience, right? Everyone wants to do things, everyone wants to be somehow, everyone wants to go in places. So this is the first component. My own need to be, to do, to go, to act, whatever it takes, right? My need. For example, it is very hot in Cluj-Napoca, from where I'm from Romania. Very hot. So basically, I could say that my need and my need of experience is to go outside in the city and go out naked, right? No one told me that here at Agora I cannot come naked, so I didn't come naked. But if this is my need of experience, in my mind, this is the right thing to do. I want to go out naked because it's very warm outside. I hate these clothes on me. I'm sweating all the time. So this is my need of experience. This is the first component. Everyone has some intentions and everyone has desires. But then comes the second component, which is the impact of that experience on me directly. So, for example, if I decide to go out naked in this sun, how now it is in Cluj, probably I will have some kind of problems with the heat, some kind of problems with my skin being burned. It will not do any good to me to go outside naked or anything without anything on my head. It's very important to understand this, because whatever choice we make, it has consequences. Whatever you eat, it has consequences directly on you. Whatever you drink, it has consequences. Whatever you do with your time, how you spend your time, the skills and abilities that you develop, they all have consequences on the long term. For example, I don't know if you knew this, but laziness can be trained, right? So whenever I have to do something, I set out to do something and I have something on my to-do list. If I decide not to do it because I don't feel like it, I feel lazy and I don't like this, and right now I just don't want to do it, then I am training my laziness. So this is a direct consequence of my decision, my need of experience upon me. Someone spoke about social media earlier, and whenever you feel like looking on, staying on social media and scrolling, whenever you feel like it and you decide not to do it, you are training your will. So the consequence on you directly of that decision is empowering you. Whenever you feel like scrolling social media and you do it just because you feel it, you are training your ability to act impulsively. So it's always something for something. Whenever you do something, you can't do anything else. So it's very important to understand your own need for a certain experience will have direct consequences on you. This is the second circle. So if this is the one, this is my need, this is the consequence directly upon me on long term. And then comes a third circle. The third circle is very important because we don't like it. And we don't like the fact that anything we do, so my need for experience, will always intersect with a context, a social context, right? Sometimes the context is a person, other times it's a group of persons, or it's just a social area. But every context, being a person or a group of persons, has rules and regulations, has limits and preferences. Some of those are written, some of those are not written. They are just common sense in that group. And from the beginning of time, this is the normal way to be. This is the normal human being's way to be. A certain group of people get together because they have affinities, because they have certain common preferences, common limits. They create a context. That context will have certain written and unwritten rules. For example, as I said, I could have appeared naked here. We didn't talk about it. I didn't get the rules and regulations of AGORACON 2023 says you can be naked on screen, or you can't undress during your speech. So I could just start undressing because it was not written anywhere, right? And I'm not doing it because everyone agrees somewhat commonly that this is not the way we do things. There are some rules and regulations that you don't have to write them down. You don't have to tell them to people because it's common sense. And it's very, very important that the context, rules, and regulations are always defined by the creators. Very important to understand. So if I build a house, if I build a library, if I make an event like this, I am the one who is setting those rules and regulations, and everyone who is coming into my house, all the people who are coming to me, they will obey those rules and regulations. Or if I pay for that house, if I organize that event, then I am the one who set the rules and regulations. And sometimes the context is created by a group of people, or it's a social context created by a really large set of population, like a country, for example, but there are still rules and regulations set by the majority. And here start the problems, because this intersection of the three circles basically helps you integrate in this life, helps you build your own life in the direction you want to go, and also helps you interact with all the people around you. Because today I was walking with my girlfriend through the town, and it was really interesting. We were on one end of the town, and we came by foot just walking to the other end of the town. And on the way, we saw an a bodybuilding contest. Yeah, a bodybuilding contest, right? It's a sports event. Lots of people, everyone with muscles, everyone ripped, worked out. It's amazing what those people do. They were in a contest, right? Then we walked by a stadium. It was full of people with some kind of religious event. These ones were dressed sport, right? All ripped. The other ones were in suits and dressed very elegantly. Totally different behaviors, totally different. They both have rules and regulations for the context. And if you go from one to another, people will look weird at you. And the problem is, we don't want to accept this kind of workaround of the world. we don't want to accept it. We want to be free. And we love to be free, but freedom is not understood well. Freedom is understood by, I want to have my experiences. I want to go in a suit to a bodybuilding context with all my belly and my fat and whatever, and be loved and accepted. And I will not obey all those written and unwritten rules. I just want to go on stage and I want to show off because this is what I want. But they are the ones who set the rules of the contest and the context. Yes, the same way, if I go in, I know, in a t-shirt or in shorts to a religious event in a church, probably I will not be looked very well on. So this is very important to understand, that freedom is not about I want to do whatever I want and others have to adapt to my need of experience, and I don't want any consequences that I don't like. This is how freedom is understood these days. I want to be free, meaning I want to go wherever I want, to do whatever I want, and no one should say anything, and no one can react the way I don't like it. And that's not freedom. That's total lack of maturity. Because that means that you have absolutely no understanding of social interactions and the way groups of people work. Immaturity means I don't want to change. I don't want to adapt. I want others to change. I want the context to adapt to me. And that is not only, let's not say stupid, but emotionally stupid. It's also very dangerous. Because from this, the conflicts will become endless. If you do not have the maturity to understand that the context has its own rules and regulations, and they have the right to have those limits and those preferences, then you will start a conflict with the context. And a lot of people do this. You will get the sensation that the only thing that counts is your need for experience, but you don't respect others' need for experience. And this is really dangerous, because then everything is about you. Everything is about that one little circle of yours of need of experience. Maybe you are aware of the consequences upon you of that experience. Maybe you take drugs, for example, right? You shouldn't do that, but there are people who do. In Romania this year, it was an accident. A very young guy who was on drugs killed 2 people and put in the hospital another 8. So if your experience is take drugs and drive, it's okay, but there will be consequences from the context on you. And of course, people want to just get away without the consequences because we don't like it. If you get the right to behave however you want, why don't I get the right to respond however I want? And this is immaturity, when freedom is understood like this. I want my need of experience, my need for experience to be the way I want it, and I want others' reactions and others' need for experience to be also the way I want it, the way I see it. Why do I have to adapt to your need for experience, but you don't have to adapt to my need for a certain response or experience? And a lot of times we are hurt by other people's judgment, but what I do shouldn't bother them. So how does this work? And this is the problem with today's world, because everyone can be anything. Everyone can go anywhere and do anything they want. But the question is, can we live and can we integrate this freedom of being, of doing, of going into our life, into our society? Or we will become a narcissistic society where everyone wants to do whatever he wants or she wants, and basically become an anarchy, and then go back to the days when the most powerful ruled the others. The one who has the most power, the hardest fist or the greatest, biggest gun, and those will rule the world because their need for experience will be imposed to others. And emotional intelligence is a key element in regulating these processes. I don't think that anyone's need for experience should be limited. This is my belief. So everyone should be free to do whatever they want in the context of accepting that there is this third circle, that is about the consequences from others, consequences from people, from your lover, from your husband, from your children, from your colleague, co-workers. So if we learn to adjust these circles so that we all can have our experiences, then we will find more and more people with whom we can have any kind of experience we want. We can enjoy it. We will not be judged. We'll be loved and respected and accepted. But if you want to the whole context to adapt to your need to experience, then we will have only wars. And emotional intelligence is not something that you are or something that you have. Emotional intelligence basically is the way you use your brain to process information. It's about processing internal and external information, emotional and cognitive information. And emotional intelligence is the set of abilities that help you become more mature in the way I just described. Basically, emotional intelligence is the only set of abilities that helps you integrate those aspects. Emotional intelligence will help you use your higher brain functions together with your instincts, meaning you will be able to listen to your instincts, listen to your inner world, and accept everything that comes from there, but also add some other abilities that will help you regulate in connection with those other circles that are about consequences. Empathy, for example. How will people react to this? So if you don't have empathy, you don't care how people will react to that. At some point, I heard some teachers talking about shame and how shame shouldn't exist in the world. Shame is a very bad thing. We were educated through shame, and shame is not good. And I was thinking, do I want neighbors that don't have shame? Do I want to have coworkers that don't have shame at all for nothing? Shame is an emotion that helps us regulate our interaction with others. Shame is something that reminds you that others have preferences also, others have limits, and you should respect some of them. So empathy is very important. I should think, where are others' limits and sensitivities? Because if I don't care about the people who's around me, and I don't care about their limits, I just want my own experience, and whatever they want, they do. But what if I will bother them with my experience, and later that will have consequences also, for example, losing someone. The ability to evaluate consequences is also about emotional intelligence. When they don't like what I do or how or my experience, how do they react? What will they do? What are the long-term consequences of what I'm doing? Both directly on me, but also from the context. This is about emotional intelligence. This is about integrating aspects, my need for experience, my impulses, my intentions, and then what are the consequences on the long term for me, and for me directly from the experience, and then from the others. Evaluating options. Do I need to do this here and now? Could I get over my need for this experience? Because I always want others to get over their reactions or their judgment. Yes. If I want to do something, why do you have to judge me? You shouldn't do that. Should I do what I'm doing? Do I have other contexts maybe where it is okay and I'm accepted and even loved for this kind of experience of this or this kind of actions? Long-term thinking is very important in this. Do I need this community or context to work with them on the long term? We don't think on the long term anymore. We just want to enjoy life. I just want to do whatever I want. Okay, but if you make enemies of certain people, if you break your social connections, maybe on the long term, this is not a very good idea. Maybe not a good idea to upset people. I don't think anyone should compromise, but I think everyone should choose the context where they can be who they want to be. They shouldn't force the context to be something else that they are. And emotional intelligence brings you somewhat that so-called common sense. Questions like the following are important. I think you should note them down. Do I have the right to ask others to accept my need for experience? If I ask them to accept me, what do I need to accept in return as being fair? Does my need for experience bothers others just the way as their judgment bothers me. To know your limits and to know that certain experiences you want will affect you for life. Like, for example, ruining your image in front of certain people, or building a certain image in front of them, connecting certain relationships that you build over time. And sometimes we don't think about that. I just need my experience. I just need to do things, and then we will see. Yes, of course, you have the right to go for that one circle. You have the right to ignore the second one or accept the second one. But the third one will always have an impact on the long term. And it will decide whether you can build something with those around you, or you will have to manage alone, or you will have to change the context. And as we are going toward the end, I was thinking about maturity and what I discussed with a client of mine. We were talking about human laws, right? We have the human laws to regulate interactions, human interactions. Whatever happens, you probably have a law that will say, yes, this is correct, this is not correct. Then why do we need emotional intelligence? Why don't we need maturity if we have those laws, right? And someone said, the guy said, when we get to settle our dispute by laws, by written laws and humanities laws, it means that we are back to an animal level, back to a very basic level, and we lost all humanities' higher functions, higher abilities. And if we lack emotional intelligence, we are not using our higher functions as human beings, and we are a bit lower than animals. Just think about it. We are having wars right now just for territories. We are having wars for resources. No animal gathers more resources that they need to live, right? No animal deceives others. They are not lying to others just because they want to obtain something. So if we want to benefit from our true human nature, then we have to wake up and stop thinking outside those three elements: my need for experience, direct consequences, and the consequences from the context. And we have to integrate them. And each of us need to integrate those, because that's the only way that we can evolve as human beings. And I don't want to be mature. I admit that. I want to remain childish in this life. But also, I know that my life is unfolded in a given context in a certain time. I know that that context has the right to do and to react whatever and however it wants. And it's my right to agree or not to agree with the context. And it's my right, if I don't like the context, to change it. Thank you.
Wow, such a nice speech. I note so many important things for this speech. So surely know now that emotional intelligence is the higher process of brain which differentiates you with the animals, the original state of ourselves as a human being, right? And it is talking about how you connect with your inner instinct, inner self, and then represent it in the mature way, process all the information you have, and to know finally that every desired experiences you have will have consequences and responsibility. Wow, I looking forward for your next session. Hopefully, I can learn more about emotional intelligence. And thank you so much for bringing this topic up to us. So that is very eye opener, and I know that a lot of people here wants to know more and wants to be able to nurture their emotional intelligence to become a better human being. Thank you, Zoltan Fares. Looking forward for you seeing you in the next sessions. So, all right, everyone. Now let's move on to our next agenda. We will have just we will have the next one is the usual case of speeches is the continuation of the yesterday's session from the students of Darul Abidin Integrated Islamic Middle School in Depok, Indonesia. And I will also invite the colleague of mine Arya Brahmarsan Aryana Prabhaswara as the MC who will lead the sessions and introduce all other 9 speakers that will be sharing their speech in this session. So please help me welcome Arya. Thank you so much. Arya, are you here?
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you so much, Miss Evie.
Yes. Yep.
And hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone all over the world. How do you do, guys? Do you feel good today? I hope all of you have a good day so we can follow this session smoothly and without any condition. So, welcome to the Youth Showcase Speeches session with Darul Abidin Islamic Middle School with me, Arya Brahmasatra Nararya Prabhaswara. For sure, and I'm sure you all guys know me from yesterday because I'm already delivered my speech about Sumpah Pemuda. And I feel so awesome and I feel so honored to be your master of ceremony in this session. And firstly, I want to say thank you for all the audience that already here, and I want to say thank you for the speaker that already here to deliver their speech. So I will introduce all of you guys our great speaker from Darul Abidin Integrated Islamic Middle School. Without any further ado, let's jump into our first speaker. Okay, our first speaker, she is an 8th grader and she will deliver a speech about the wondrous history of Hindu-Buddhist kingdoms in Indonesia. Aren't you guys curious? So, let's welcome Almira Brillianti Putri.
Thank you,
Almira, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Kari. Good evening, good afternoon, or good morning. My name is Almira Brillianti Putri. I am currently sitting in 8th grade in my beloved school, Darul Abidin. I am 13 years old, and I will be here delivering my topic about the wondrous history of the Hindu-Buddhist kingdoms in Indonesia. I will now share my screen. Hold on. I'm going to tell you about the wondrous history of Hindu-Buddhist kingdoms. But before we go there, I would like to talk about why do we need unity in diversity, and what does it teach us? Well, unity in diversity teaches the values of tolerance, mutual respect, and coexistence in harmony amidst differences in ethnicity, religion, race, and culture. But why do we really need it though? For example, we are having a medical emergency. So the medical health team came around, they arrived, but we won't have to be bothered, or we won't bother to criticize or think about how they look like or what their parents are, or have to know what their religion is. For example, if one of them is maybe wearing hijab, or one of them is blonde, or maybe one of them has dark skin, we don't really need to criticize that because it doesn't technically bother us mentally or physically, right? And we need those people to save our lives, because if we have time to criticize about them, we would probably pass away. Well, unity in diversity is also taught since us primary school in Indonesia, which is named Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, Indonesia's motto for the Unity and Diversity Act from the Sutasoma book. It usually works to remind us to the future on how would we behave and how would we treat to each other from one another. Okay, without further ado, let's get right into the contents. I will talk about the background entry of the Hindu-Buddhist religion and culture in Indonesia, and also the list of Hindu-Buddhist kingdoms in Indonesia and their stories as well. In short, the Hindu-Buddhist religion and kingdoms came from Indian and Chinese traders and merchants who needs to rest in Indonesia for their journey of their businesses to other countries. They usually rest for 6 months, and because of that long period of time, and also the amount of merchants and traders come every day to Indonesia, there would be a lot of exchanging culture and religions to one another, to Indonesian people. Because not only will Indonesian people believe in the past, believe about the gods for them, because Indonesian people usually believe on unliving objects before we know about Hindu, Buddha, and Islam and other sorts of religion. We usually maybe believe in the sun or maybe believe on the moon. We never really knew who we have to trust or who we do need help for. So, because of maybe us seeing them practically doing or talking about their God or about their Lord, of course we become interested on who do we have to trust to our whole life, right? Okay. And I have 3 kingdoms that I want to talk about. The first is the Sriwijaya Kingdom, the second is the ancient Mataram, and the third is the Majapahit Kingdom. The Sriwijaya Kingdom was the largest maritime empire for the spread of Buddhism in Southeast Asia. The most known famous king of this kingdom is the reign of Balaputra Dewa, which is in 850 AD. You can see the picture of Balaputra Dewa beside of my article. And the second, I'm going to talk about the ancient Mataram Kingdom. The most known king of this kingdom is King Samaratunga. He ordered the construction of the Borobudur temple as the largest Buddhist monument in the world up until now. And other people say that the ancient Mataram Kingdom is the ancestor of the Majapahit Kingdom that I will be talking about on the next slide. The ancient Mataram Kingdom was also founded by Raden Wijaya in 1293 AD. And last, I have the Majapahit Kingdom, the largest and the last Hindu-Buddhist kingdom in Indonesia. The famous king of Majapahit Kingdom was Hayam Wuruk on the side. He and his prime minister Gajah Mada on the other side succeeded in uniting the archipelago in the concept of archipelagic insight through the Palapa Oath. They have an inscription of the Negara Kertagama book, which they wrote. Unfortunately, I don't know when they wrote it, but up until now, they still have it on maybe the local museums. Thank you for paying the attention, and thank you for my opportunity for talking here. I hope there are no misspelled names or misspelled other objects. I'm sorry if I ever did something wrong. That's all for me.
All right. Wow, let's give her an applause. Yay, what a nice speech about kingdoms. Thank you, Almira. Okay, after Almira, here comes the second speaker, Zafira Hana Nuraiko, with her topic, Building a Better Future of Indonesia by Implementing the Concept of Unity in Diversity. Zafira, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, Arya, for letting me do the speech. Oh, wait. So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Today, I will be bringing a speech entitled Building a Better Future of Indonesia by Implementing the Concept of Unity in Diversity. Before I start, let me introduce myself. My name is Zafira Hana Nuraika from Darul Abidin Integrated Islamic Middle School, and I am in my 9th grade right now. So first, let me introduce you guys about Indonesia. Indonesia is a vast archipelago comprising more than 17,000 islands and contains a population numbering around 273 million people as per 2021, a number that makes Indonesia the 4th most populous country in the world. These impressive numbers also imply that significant cultural, ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity can be expected to be found within its boundaries. Next, Indonesia has a motto, and that is Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, or in English, it means unity in diversity. It refers to the variety in the country's internal composition, but also indicates that despite all differences in its multicultural society, there is a true sense of unity or Indonesianness among the people of Indonesia. Guys, did you know that the Indonesian language was made because of unity in diversity? The Indonesian language was established by nationalists during the Second Youth Congress in 1928 and was formally declared as the national language in 1945. With the diversity of cultures and languages, it will be difficult to communicate with each other. But with having a national language, it will be more easier for people to communicate even from different ethnics. It is one of the nation's unifier. So let me go back to my title. What is the benefit of unity for Indonesia in the future? It is hoped that the Indonesian people will help each other and have the same vision for Indonesia, so that development and constructions will grow evenly in Indonesia's territory for Indonesians' people prosperity and economic growth, because it is supported by the concept of unity in diversity. So before I end this speech, I have a quote by Kofi Annan. We may have different religions, different languages, different colored skin, but we all belong to one human race. And that is all from me. Sorry if I made any mistakes in my speech. Thank you all for listening. These are the sources.
Okay, thank you so much, Zafira, for the awesome speech. And do you guys notice Zafira is our MC for from yesterday's session? Wow.
Yay.
And let's move on into the third speaker, and he will deliver a speech about how important is unity. And okay, let's welcome Algebra Saturnio Abidin. Neo, the screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Wait, okay. So good day everyone. My name is Algebra, and I'm going to ask a few questions to all of you. So have you ever fought with your friends? Have you ever in a school group teamwork and one of your friends just lazily sit back on their chair and just watch you and your friends do all of the work? Have you ever thought, what's the point of teamworking if your friends aren't gonna help you anyway? Why is friendship, unity, all of those stuff is important? Is unity really that important? Now, before I continue, I want to get your attention to one interesting fact that I know that is similar to a human. And that is chain. So chain is, as described by Wikipedia, as a serial assembly of connected pieces, typically made out of metal and with an overall character similar to that of a rope. But in my opinion, is better, stronger, and reliable than a rope. It used in a lot of things, like bicycle chain as a power transfer, lockable chain as a security devices. It used for holding, pulling, etc., etc. But there is actually a condition where chain is useless, and that is when it's broken. So a broken chain or a disconnected chain, it's useless. It has no use. It can't do anything. It's trash. And we as a human society is similar to a chain. See, when we are together, when we have a strong relationship and friendship with others, we can do an even better and achieve something even greater when rather than when we just alone. So I mean, sure, even a single human can done a lot of a lot of job done as long as they have like food, water, and enough sleep. But when we are together, there's a huge significant differences. Now, teamwork makes the dream work. It's a quote by John Maxwell in in the book of the same name, and it is one of the most famous quote that I can find on the internet, and it still remains true even today. So back to the question in the beginning, unity is that important, and we have to embrace it, protect it, accept it, keep it alive, keep it deep in our hearts, and yeah, basically you got the point. And we must learn to live together as brothers or perishes as fools. Martin Luther King Jr. And thank you for listening.
Nice. That's a unique presentation, yo. Thank you so much. And the next speaker is ninth grader, and she will deliver a speech. With her topic, it's not about how beautiful the move is, but how meaningful the message is. Can you guess what her topic is? Okay, let's welcome our fourth speaker, Sanaya Malandina Latifa. Sanaya, the time is yours.
Okay. Right. Thank you so much, Arya. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all in today's AGORACON. My name is Sanaya Mandalatifa. I'm usually called Sanaya. As all of you know, I'm a student in Darul Abidin, Indonesia, and now I'm at grade 9. My topic is about culture diversity and not only beautiful, yet full of meanings. Indonesia has inherited a very rich culture with dance being an integral part of it. According to the Indonesians, dance is a celebration of the body and freedom, and they truly believe in it. It is a powerful mode of expression, incorporating drama and soulful music. It is really, really powerful. It originally began amongst the indigenous population. The popular dance forms are not just well known in the country, but known in worldwide. There is a lot of diversity in their performance. The significance of the dance of Indonesia varies from one another. Some are a matter of celebration, while some are mandatory rituals. There is so many stories in each dance, some of them about love story, about war, and about something related in our life, and so on. Traditional dance is danced by women and men. Sometimes the dance is performed individual or even in a group. I'm going to show you some of our traditional dance. The first is Sedati dance. This is one of Nangro Aceh Darussalam or not dance. This was become a tribal war dance in the era of Dutch colonization and was forbidden to be performed because it contains particular rhyme to fire up the spirit of war against the colonizer. Each Sedati dance is danced by 10 men or 10 women. Sedati dance is so simple yet beautiful. The dance is performed without music or gamelan. There is only poetry and rhyme. The music is rooted in gestures and words of the dancer themselves. This dance is about the flexibility and courage that radiating from the singing dancers. The moves of the fluctuates dancers that move slow,
dance faster, and stop in silence. To be sure, I think this dance will mix the audience expression. So I will play the video of the dance. I'm not sure if you can hear the audio, but that's the Sadhani dance. The next dance is Sri Piranggawati dance. It is a dance that tells about Prabu Anggendarma Broken's heart story. The dancer that play role as Ranggawati must someone that haven't got her menstruation period. There are 5 dancers which are for people playing role as lady in waiting, and 1 person playing role as Ranggawati. Sri Piranggawati dance is a sacred dance that only showed in if Keraton having a sacred event. I will show you the dance of Sri Piranggawati.
I didn't hear any sound.
Hasnaya, you just have to hum.
Cannot hear the.
Sorry, Sanaya, we cannot hear your.
Cannot hear you,
voice.
Sanaya.
Is everything all right?
I think there was some audio trouble.
Okay, I think that's all from Sanaya. So thank you, Sanaya, for sharing the outstanding traditional dance in Indonesia. Wow, let's give her applause. Yay. Okay, now let's move on into the next speaker, and her topic is kind of unique. She will talk about her family. So let's welcome Rumaisha Rizkana Prasetyo. Rumaisha, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Karya. Let me share my screen first. Sorry, I shared the wrong screen. Okay. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to presenting about diversity in my family. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Rumaisha Rizkana Prasetyo. I'm Darul Abidin 7th grade student. I am 12 years old. This is my family. I want to introduce my family. This is my father extended family. They are from Netherlands. And this is also my father's family from Japanese. And this is my mother's family from Borneo. Do you know what family is? Family is the smallest part of a country. A strong, happy, harmonious, and peaceful family is one of the factors of a strong country. Diversity colors my family. We are different in terms of culture, ethnicity, religion, even political views, but we remain peaceful and respect each other. From my father's family, I have 1/16 Chinese blood. In terms of ethnicity, I have...
I'm sorry, Maisha, but your
Yes?
screen is not showing, darling.
Oh.
Your screen is not showing. Could you please reshare?
Sorry.
Now we can see your slides. Okay, please carry on. Thank you.
Sorry for that. From my father's family, I have 1/16 Chinese blood. In terms of ethnicity, I have Japanese and Kalimantan blood. Certainly different in terms of culture and customs. My father's extended family is also very diverse, but we still sit together, gathering once a year on Eid al-Fitr in my grandmother's house. Different families from different religions also came. They are Christians, Catholics, and Muslims. We never made a fuss about religion because it was our own belief. From my mother's family, I have Kalimantan blood. One of the things that is different is the food. Most of the food is made from river fish. Meanwhile, my father, who is Japanese, likes soto and gudeg. But I like to try new things. Actually, by getting used to seeing differences as a privilege and blessing, we will make differences as complementary things and not to be a source of problems. Respect others as you want to be respected. Okay, there is a quote. Family is not an important thing. It's everything. Thanks for listening. Thank you for your attention. Sorry if I made a mistake. Romaisha is signing out. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow, what a wonderful, happy family, Rumaisha. Thank you for sharing. And okay, did you know the next speaker is the sister of our third speaker, Neil, and she will deliver a speech with title "You, I, and We Are the Same." And so let's welcome Amy Shaula Mariam Abidin. Amy, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Arya. Okay, can anyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Amy.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, how are you guys doing today? I'm Amy Shaula Mariam from Indonesia. You can call me Amy. And this is my speech about you and I, we are the same. So, what is diversity? Do we need it? And what should we do about it? Because in fact, there are still many people who treat it wrongly about our differences, our hobby, skills, body, our opinion, religion, and many of it. And bullies still happen a lot. Well, of course, sometimes we naturally dislike someone. For example, is when there are differences of opinion between you and someone opinion. Well, it is reasonable. But are you the one who ever felt sick of someone for no specific reason? Just because they skin, they hobby, or anything? Guys, come on, we are the same. Have you think about it? About what happened if we live without diversity? You know, living without diversity will be something bad. Even the universe taught us about the diversity. In the early universe, some seconds after Big Bang, only hydrogen and helium exist. After a long time process, many new elements like carbon newly formed. Do you know, without carbon, human cannot exist, because carbon is a basic element for life being. Every element complete each other. And for the simple example, just imagine like this. Everyone in this world wants to become a soldier without any difference in ideals. Then, who will treat us later when we hurt without a doctor? So everyone, diversity is beautiful. That is the point of diversity, to complete each other. Without diversity, worlds are just a white paper with nothing on it. But with diversity, the paper will become a beautiful painting. Don't let us forget him, who was fought hard against discrimination, like Nelson Mandela, who abolished racist discrimination that occurred in Africa. Did you know that the struggle is hard to do? It's terrible, but people like that do not hesitate for the sake of their family, friend, their nation. Remember what John F. Kennedy said, If we cannot now end our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity. So, guys, we have to treat diversity as our life. Let's make diversity beautiful to complement each other. Because we will die without diversity. Don't discriminate between people. Don't let your ego win. Because we are all the same. You and I, we are the same. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Good job, Amy, for this speech. And after that, we're going to hear some topic about the differences between us that will be delivered by our next speaker. Please welcome Azarin Fadilah Prakoso. Azarin, the time is yours.
Thank you, Kak. I will share my screen first. All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good night for everyone here. So today I want to talk about the difference between us. But first thing first, let me introduce myself. My name is Azarin Fadilah Prakoso, but you guys can call me Azarin or maybe Rin for short. And I'm from Darul Abidin Integrated Islamic School. All right, let's get started. So, the difference between us. If you ask me, what's the difference between us? Well, in Indonesian, there's many differences, such as language, ethnic, and religion. But it's not only in Indonesian, there's also all around the world. It's really normal if we're not the same, because, I mean, we're humans. Humans are like colors. So it's really normal if you're not the same. But is that a problem? Well, for me, I think it's not actually a problem, but it can cause a problem. Why? Well, the problem is it can cause bullying, racism, and conflict. For my experience, I've been in public elementary school for like 6 years, and I do have many friends and have different friends that have a different religion with me, but fortunately there's no bullying in there, so it's okay there. But still, in Indonesian, there's many bullying case. It can cause by ethnic or maybe tongue to each other. And two is racist. So it doesn't matter where are they, like media social like Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube, or maybe in real life. Racism can be anywhere, all around the world. So it's really hard to solve this problem because it's still happening in many nations, but we will try to fix our to maybe a little bit not, or maybe telling anyone to not to be racist. And the three is conflict. For example, in Indonesia itself, there's something called tawuran, or maybe brawls. You can say brawls. So it was conflict between two groups, or maybe even more, and it even include violence. So it really sounds dangerous, isn't it? And it can cause that, such a wasting time and useless thing to do, right? But in Indonesian, there's really, well, not really, but it keep happening every year. Not really that much, but still, isn't it strange? Are they think that their life is game that can that they have a second life to do? Like, I mean, Are they thinking that their life is Minecraft game that they have a second chance to life? But it's not. We're only alive once, so please don't waste your time or your life to do something useless like this. And how do you solve this problem? Well, how to solve the problem is, it's pretty simple, or maybe it could you even can say that it was easy. But is it really easy? We just have to respect other difference. But if it's really easy, then there should be, like I said, bullying or racism or conflict because of the difference. So please respect anyone, whoever they are, or maybe where are they come from. Please keep respect on them. And I think that's all that I want to say. Thank you for listening to me. See you next time. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you, Azarian, for the inspiring speech about difference. Okay, now we're going to hear a speech that can make us hungry. Wow, can you guess what the topic? All right, please welcome Ryan Ramazan Liviendra with his topic, Popular Indonesian Food. Ryan, the time is yours. Is there any Ryan here? Oh, I think we should continue. Okay, everyone.
Just keep going.
Oh, okay. You can continue, Ryan.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear your voice.
Oh, okay. Let me share my screen first, yeah. Wait a minute, yeah. Okay. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan Ramazan Livendra. I'm from Indonesia, and my school is Darul Abidin, and I'm from class 7D. Today, I will show you the 4 most famous food in Indonesia. Here you can see from number 1 and until number 4, we have rendang, sate, opor ayam, and pempek. Number 1, rendang. Rendang is a culinary original from Minangkabau, West Sumatra. The Minang people call this dish rendang. The word originates from marandang, which means cooking coconut milk until it dries slowly. Rendang needs to be cooked for a long time. From my experience, my grandma always liked to cook rendang for at least 1 or 2 hours. Number 2, sate. Sate is known to originate from Java, Indonesia, and can be found anywhere in Indonesia and has been considered one of Indonesia's national dishes. Satay is also popular in other Southeast Asian countries, such as Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, and Thailand. Number 3. Opor ayam. Opor ayam was first introduced by Arabs and Indians. In addition, the Indonesian coastal areas that he introduced were Sumatra, Java, and Malacca Strait. This is what makes opor ayam available in areas that are rooted in Malay and Javanese culture. What makes this dish unique is opor entered Indonesia from the result of acceleration of the unification of Indonesian culture with other foreign cultures. Number 4. Pempek. This is my favorite one. Initially, pempek was made by Palembang natives who were then entrusted to Chinese people to be sold. Pempek was sold by the Chinese in 1916 by selling it while going around from village to village on foot. Pempek was first discovered during the Sriwijaya Kingdom around the 7th century. Can you believe how old pempek is? Now it's time for the closing. I have a quote that I made it myself. I'm going to read it for you all. There are many kinds of food. Of course, every region in the world has its own special food, which may not exist anywhere else. Now you know 4 of the most famous food in Indonesia, in my opinion though. Hope you all can visit Indonesia and try our tasty food. Thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ooh, Ryan's speech makes you hungry, right? Okay, guys, let's jump into our last speaker that will deliver a speech about religion in Indonesia. And here comes the last speaker of this session. Let's welcome Carissa Andara Janita. Carissa, the time is yours.
Yes, thank you, Kak Arya. Okay, let me share my screen first. Wait a second. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Carissa Andara Janeta. I'm from 7A SMPIT Darul Abidin Depok. I hope you guys are feeling great today. In this happy moment, I will present you about different religion in one nation. So let's get started. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika is a motto of Indonesian nation. This motto is symbolized by the Garuda bird. As if you can see in the slide, in the feet of Garuda carry a white ribbon which is written Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. It means unity in diversity. In Indonesia, we have various religions. There are 6 religions which are acknowledged by the government of Indonesia, such as Islam, Christian, Catholic, Hindu, Buddha, and Konghucu. And Islam is the religion which is followed by majority Indonesian. Every person has a freedom to follow one religion and pray according to its rule. This is one of human rights. Even though we have diversity in religions, we must respect one another. No one can force its faith to others. Many ways of respecting difference in religions, such as not to interfere with their worship activities, not to force our faith to others, and giving opportunity to our different religion friends without discrimination. Now, I will tell you about my wonderful experience with my best friend while I was in the elementary school. I met her when I joined one of the course in Semarang. Her name is Nafa, and she is a Catholic. Yeah, as if you can see in the slide, this is the picture while we're making a TikTok video together. we were had we were having so much fun that day. Okay, let me continue. One day in the month of Ramadan, when all Muslim had to doing fasting, it means you are not allowed to eat or drink from sunrise to sunset. At the time, we were studied in one class, including Nafa and I. When the break time, Nafa told me that she felt thirsty, and then she asked my permission to leave the classroom for a moment to have drink. But I said, "No, it's okay, Nafa. You can just drink your water by my side, please." And Nafa replied, "No, Carissa, I feel bad if I drink here. Because you are fasting, I must respect you." And Nafa still wanted to go out of the class. And right away, she ran out of the class to have drink. Not too long, she returned to class. And then I talked to her. "Thank you for being respectful to me, to us, another Muslim friends. Actually, it's okay if you drink your water here in the class. We won't be tempted." But once again, thank you so much, Nafa. My best friend Nafa had a big tolerance, right? She is so kind and wonderful. Anyway, I miss her so much. This is my real story about being respectful to one another, even though we have a different religion. The main point is, however, we have difference or diverse in religion, we are still in the same nation as Indonesian. Respect. So this is the end of my presentation. I hope you all get a great insight into the diversity of religions in a nation. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, very well done, Carissa. From Carissa's speech, we can learn that we should tolerate to other people that have different religion. Nice. And all right, everyone. Unfortunately, that last speech brings us to the end of this session. And I really want to say thank you for all great speakers that already spent their times and energy to make the speech and practicing it. So I want to also thanking for the time and attention of great audience. Hopefully we can meet again next year on the next AgoraCon, and hopefully all of these speakers can participate in the AgoraCon contest in 2024. And now I should give this role back to the main MC, Miss Evie Sylvia. And thank you guys for this golden chance to us. Goodbye.
Thank you, Arya. Wow, proud of you, all of you. It was so exciting to see young speakers are delivering their speech so confidently, and they can just eloquently speak of their thoughts, their mind, their opinion, feelings, and everything was very well mannered. A very good job. Thank you everyone for participating in this speech contest and showing how beautiful our country is. Thank you, thank you. So let us move on to our next agenda, which is the agenda that we are all waiting for. The announcement of the contest winner. Yay! So I will just call our chief judge, which is Chris. Okay,
Thank
Chris,
you very much.
are you ready?
Madam Leader.
All right, thank you.
If I may just share my screen. Ladies and gentlemen, today you heard 5 speeches that related to the awareness of social issues that face us and how to deal with them. I trust you can see my screen in the meantime that says Unity in Diversity.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Remember again that to achieve the level of being an international best speaker, you need to, of course, first try speaking, and then you need to practice to make the level that you want to achieve. Remember my daily call. Success in life is not about having some magnificent, unbeatable skill. It is far more often about being prepared to try. Yesterday, I mentioned that as a youngster, I wanted to be a good runner. I dreamt of that. And I was not bad when I got to running, but not wonderful. And then about 11 years ago, my daughter, who was my racing partner, was pregnant. And she said she couldn't keep up our normal pace. But being with my daughter was really important to me. So I said, fine, you run at your pace and I will walk and keep up with you because I can walk quite fast. And so I did, but I entered as a runner. When we got to the end, we noticed the judges were taking the names of walkers for prizes. So I thought, maybe I should try this thing seriously. I learned to race walk. There were many hurdles, but slowly I succeeded. And I got provincial colors. And eventually, I managed to get national colors as a race walker. This is not easy. Basically, you need to beat the time of the 8th best in the world, and you have to do it twice. When I say the 8th best, I mean the 8th best in your age group. Obviously, you can't beat all the youngsters. So it was really quite a thing to get there, and it opened doors. Because of that, I was able to travel to Brazil and take part in the World Masters Championship. You'll see me over here in the green and yellow. But every 5 years, you have to once again beat the time of the 8th best in the world. And now in my current age group, 70 plus, I've managed only once so far. But what am I going to do? I'm going to keep trying. And you might say, what has this got to do with AGORACON? Well, it is about finding something that you want to do, like, for instance, taking part in a world speaking contest, and then training for years if required, to make that a reality in your life. So, ladies and gentlemen, I show once again a certificate, and this is the sort of certificate that all participants get, whether they made it to the final or not. The only difference will be in this line here. But just before giving today's results, I'd like to once again ask you to applaud the judges who gave their time and expertise to adjudicate the contest. And I can assure you that each day it has got even more difficult. It was a very tight call today. So now to the result. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3rd place, we have Angela Lansbury with Recycling Queen. Congratulations, Angela. This is a good example how if you keep trying, you make it. Not so, Angela. Well done. In 2nd place, we have Denisa Stefana No, there's a mistake there, sorry. In 2nd place, we have Adina Zavardici, who had no time for pickles today. And of course, like I've said before, we are not so conceited as to call our winner a world champion, but today's winner is the Agora International Speaker's best social awareness speaker. And that is Denisa Stefana Corladi with her emotional speech persona, highlighting a very real and underrated problem in our world today. Congratulations, all of you, especially Denisa. Well done.
Thank you.
Yay! Thank you so much, Chief Judge Chris Callahan, for the announcements. So I shall call everyone, the winners, to be on stage. Just hold on. So the first winner will be Denisa. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Oh, how can I not see you? All right. And then Adina.
Please spotlight the winners.
Yes,
Chris, you have to unshare your screen.
Working on it.
and Angelina. All right. Oh, Denisa haven't been just yet.
AV, spotlight the winners and the chief judge and the chief judge.
I think I got it all covered. Do I? The chief judge and all the winners? Are you guys seeing it in the screen?
Oh yeah, got it.
Right? Okay. Sorry, sometimes the internet connection went a bit slow. All right, so here's all our winners. And thank you so much, Chris Callahan and the judge team. And let's just hear for each winners their commentaries speech, just a short speech about how they feel and how do they manage to come to this point. Okay, let's start with our third winner, Angelina. Could you please give a short speech?
Angela, not Angelina.
Sorry, Angela. Angela. Unmute yourself first. Thank you. All right, congratulations.
Thank you. I prepared this speech with lots of help from people in my club. I rehearsed it and kept rewriting it. And now that I've heard all the others, I should rewrite it again, making the message even crisper.
No, but you did it very well. And the way you show all those things you did with the what was it? The making things from the waste is so inspiring. We can all learn from that. Okay, thank you, Angela. And for the second place, Adina, would you like to say something?
Yes, I would like to thank all of you because this was my first AGORACON, and I would love to thank to the beautiful people behind it and to my English teacher as well because she was the one to introduce me to this. And this is certainly not gonna be my last AGORACON.
All right, for the first one, and already won the second place. Wow, good job. So we're looking forward for your next participation in next Agora contest for sure. All right, thank you, Adina. And the last but not least, our first winner, Denisa.
I would like to thank you too, and to thank you to my teacher, to my English teacher, because as well as Adina, she introduced me to Agora, and this was my first time as well as Adina. Yeah, I'm so nervous right now, so thank you all.
Supposed to be happiness nervous, those butterflies flying in your stomach, right? I got carried away by your speech when I was listening to it. It was so spiritual to me. And you put the best vocal tonations, expressions, delivered a very good speech. So very, very well done. Congratulations, Denisa.
Evie, join the spotlight. Let's take a picture with you as well.
Okay. Just adding spotlight to myself. Okay,
Yay.
let's take a picture together. Everyone, give your best smile. 1, 2, 3. Yay. Okay, got it. All right, I will just post this first so that I'm not forget. And let's continue to our next session, the last agenda, which is closing. And I would like to thank you again for every participants that is joining. If you really are inspired me to join the next year, what's year? So we'll be looking forward for meeting you guys again in the next sessions. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I would like to now invite Michael Nicholson as the ambassador of Agora from Indonesia. Let me just remove this first. Okay, Mike, are you ready? Mike?
Unmute, okay.
Okay.
I got so many things open. So yeah, thank you so much, Evie. This was a great experience today, yesterday, the day before, and the day before that. So 4 days, 4 evenings, 4 hours of time. Great learning opportunity for everybody, including me. I learn something new every day. And life is like that. So AGORACON is a great opportunity for people to try something new and improve next time. So we did something new this year, not done before, and that was the showcase of the youth speakers. And they have been really excited, certainly here, and I'm sure in India as well, with Vijayanti. They want to participate in contest next year, or before maybe locally. So lots of things come out of this. This is a progress report. We will keep going. We will keep improving, and I really look forward to next year. Remember, August 21 is the anniversary of Agora. We will be 8 years next year, and the AGORACON will be the weekend near there, either before or after, yet to be decided. But anyway, I just wish you all a good, I don't know, good night, good afternoon, some people still morning, I think. So yeah, just have a good journey, and Bapang, thank you so much for rushing back from Malaysia, and we are happy to see you looking so well here. So I'll stop now, let all of us go home, let the winners go celebrate with their friends, and let's get for next year. Thank you all. Goodbye. Good night. Have fun. That's what it's all about. Have fun.
Thank you, Mike, for such a wonderful closing remarks. So that is all, guys, for the international speech contest of Agora. Thank you again for all the
Mike, spotlight your organizing team. Let's take a group picture for your Indonesian team.
It's too many to include. It really is vast. We would leave too many out. So better that we do it later on. So Evie is our front runner today. I don't know if anybody else is kind of like Fisher is work. Not sure who else around. Monica.